And we are live. I am here today with Frida Gold and David Lee Brewer. The beautiful young lady you see there is Alina. The handsome man who's older than me, we finally have somebody older than me on, is David Lee Brewer. And then we have Andrew. He's the producer. Let's see, Dwayne.
Yes.
How about you start us off with a question?
Sure. Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. David Lee, hi. Thanks for doing this. You can hear me, right? He froze.
Yes, we hear you.
Is he saying stuff? I can't hear him.
No, he just froze. As soon as we went live, he froze. And Google has done that to me about 3 times. I went live, and I got kicked off in the it started without me, and the guy they looked for a second. For about 30 seconds they froze, talking to each other, asking what was wrong, and then they said,
It's like, oh yeah, and I'm back. All right, well just wait. How's everyone doing today?
Amazing, great.
That's my first question. Just nod.
Everybody, you could actually unmute now until he comes back. We can have a conversation going on right now. And Angelina, did you get your issues fixed? It's weird for me to call my sis Angelina. I'm used to calling. I'm not even going to say what I'm used to calling her because she changed her name.
Is she genetically related or cis from heart, from passion?
And let's see, who else is here?
Can we get a roll call so far? Let's know where everyone's from and what everyone does. So I'll start off. Dwayne, producer, Toronto. Next.
Arizona.
Bruno Mars.
Who's next?
That's Arizona Stoneheart, Eric Racy's assistant. Eric Racy's a Pensadian industry cat, cool dude. But that's the one who looks like Bruno Mars. And who's that beside you? Introduce yourself. You're muted. You guys are muted.
Muted.
Yeah, you got to unmute.
Aha.
Okay, well, you hear us now?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. So, hi, my name is Ingaborg, and I'm actually from the Netherlands, and I moved to Switzerland 1.5 years ago. And yeah, we kind of, I'm still figuring out how we met, but we kind of met through a music school. I took some classes here because I wanted to get to know people because I didn't know anyone, and then we kind of got in touch, and things got from there actually, and then
studio session, playing.
Yeah, exactly. And he came over sometimes when I was playing, and then from there it just developed, and now we're actually writing stuff together, doing studio sessions, and just see how it goes from there.
Yeah.
And I'm a singer-songwriter, so I sing, but I also write my own stuff.
Yeah, since for me, like the last 2 years, I've spent so much time just building my network up, and with A&R managers, so that I finally reached the point that I've been asked to submit songs, and now it's like I need to get my team really together. We got our studio, so we just like focus on writing full production and songs, and just like submitting it to different projects. And so she's one of the writers that we practically collaborating with.
Yeah, and it's actually really cool because I'm really happy that I met Arizona, because I was really trying. It's really hard to find people that are on the same page and that are as serious about the work as I am, because you notice a lot of people love to be working on music, but it's still somewhat a hobby. It's once they have to get into it, like seriously, they all back out. It's like they don't want to take that extra step and just give their time and hardest to really work seriously on stuff and develop themselves. And yeah, that's why I'm really happy that I'm at Arizona, because we're definitely on the same page with everything. So it's really good to be. It's
you guys experience that over there too, huh? That's a worldwide thing because we experience the same thing.
Yeah. And it's like with time.
Okay, hold on. David's back.
I'm back. Yeah.
Are you on your phone this time, David? David, are you on your phone this time?
Where's my thumb there?
If you're on your phone, David, I don't hear you. I do see you, though.
Okay, how
Oh, my finger is.
If you're on your phone, all you have to do is sit it down to where it can get you guys, and then you just make sure it's far enough back away so that we can see all of it.
We're gonna try a Macintosh computer.
This is working better, bro. Whatever this is, what are you doing right now? Because it seems better.
This is my telephone, but it's frozen. My picture is frozen.
We see you, no problem. This is way better than what you had.
Yeah, but I'm like really close.
Yeah.
I hope you're on Wi-Fi, man. That data rate's gonna kill you.
Hold
on.
If you use your phone, all you have to do is set it down far enough away to where all of you are in the picture.
Hold on. I'm gonna try another laptop.
Okay. And Angela, is your audio working yet?
Where's your hand?
Command.
I think it is. Can you hear me?
Wow, there you go, sis. We got you. We see you, we hear you.
Great.
Welcome back. It's been a while. It's Angela. I haven't heard from you in a while.
Dwayne, hi,
Yeah.
how you doing?
I'm great. I see the setup. You got the little mini mic stand going on. Oh no, you got a full stand.
What's that now? Oh, right here?
Yeah.
It's a mini stand.
Are the drums set up?
Oh yeah, they're set up. They're over there. I can't turn it. If I had an attached camera, I'd show you.
Nice.
And Otis, welcome. Is your mic working or no? Unmute yourself, Otis, and let us hear you. And the last time, you there, Otis? The last time me and Otis talked, he was recording the whole band, something, that old school stuff, the way he was doing it. Otis is one of those old school cats. Mr. Motown type brother. Okay, I don't hear your audio, Otis. You do those complicated setups like Click Glover. Which shout out to Click Glover and Dave Hampton and Dave Isaac. And Bill Kamek, my crew.
You hear me now?
Yeah, I barely hear you.
Okay, I'm just
There
about
you go. Bro, all you have to do is talk up. I got you.
Okay,
Or
I'm just doing another session.
Mike.
So I was just checking in, but I see everybody, hear everybody, and I know the feeling.
You what was that you were recording? Recording last time, was it jazz or classical? I don't remember.
Jazz.
Jazz.
Big band piano.
See what I mean? We do hip hop, R&B, the weak stuff.
That's cool.
The way we do it, no strings and all of that.
Oh my gosh, Matt.
We'll have a max of one mic up. One mic, vocal. Everything else is done in Reason, Fruity Loops, stuff like that. Or we might mic up a bass guitar sometimes, or something else, but one instrument at a time. He's over there doing full bands.
Well, check it out. But peace, everybody. I was just checking in. It's working.
You're good to go, bro. What is it? Fruity Loops 12 is going to blow you away. Yeah, Fruity Loops 12 is going to be dope. Okay, and Corey. Good morning, bro.
Peace.
Oh, he really was just checking in. He said peace and headed out. You there, Corey?
All right. For anyone just joining us, we're having a bit of technical difficulties. So hang with us, and we're going to sort that out. Submit your questions in the Pensada. I can't even say his name right. The forum. Submit the questions in the forum.
Students, come on, man.
I can't even do it.
Halle, how does one pronounce your name?
Halle.
Halle.
Like Halle Berry, yeah.
Halle.
If you want her to chase you down Hollywood Boulevard, do like me and say Haley.
No. Talked about that. You're causing problems, Matt.
And the lady right now, you are?
Who, Joy?
Joy with the yeah, exactly.
Headphones?
Yeah,
I'm
exactly.
Joy Pastel.
Pleased to meet you, Joy, Arizona.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you as well. Where are you based?
I'm in Los Angeles, but I'm from Baltimore. I'll be back in Baltimore in a month, so just Baltimore, Maryland.
Oh, okay. Cool.
Nice.
Enjoying LA?
Yeah. LA is cool. I've been out here for a little bit now, so.
Oh, really? I'm going down for a month, about a month in October, where doing 2 or 3 small camps, riding camps, and just hanging with everybody and just meeting all the producers that I got to work with, and hopefully Matt also, and just spending a lot of time mixing and also hanging with Eric. So yeah, hopefully whoever's down that side, Canadians, Google hangers, hopefully we all get to meet up.
Yeah.
You say you're going to be in LA, Arizona?
Beg your pardon?
You said you're going to be in LA?
Yeah, in October.
October? Okay, cool. I'll be back out there at that time too.
Cool. We stay in touch.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah,
David hopped on a Mac, and he's in here, but his video is not showing, and I don't hear audio. He's asking me if we can hear him.
It's logged on in 2 different places.
Yeah.
Now he's locked up. Exactly.
Oh, so I guess the one thing that I noticed, right? Like as Inga was saying, there's many people.
We're back.
Oh, that's so much better.
Yeah.
Clear, the connection is good, the sound's good, so much better.
Okay, so everybody mute up except Dwayne and David. We're going to try this again.
Yeah, well, restart.
Thank you for your patience.
Not a problem.
I am technically challenged, but I can sing.
You got it going. Thank you. Welcome back.
We're appreciative that you're here, bruh. Not a problem.
Okay. That's where I was leaving off with. Thank you for doing this.
Take it away, Dwayne.
And thank you, David, for doing this again. And you're still moving good. So my question was, I watched the last. I was watching live actually the last hangout you did.
Yes.
And about almost a month to the day, a month and 4 days ago. And Maat provided a singer, and you were able to identify her range, identify emotional space, and work on her tone. And you also engaged everybody in the room. Where did you learn to have that collaborative effort when it comes to shaping someone's voice? Because you would think a novice, I'm just trying to think from a novice perspective, like you would come in and you would direct everything to shape who they are, but instead you reach out and try to get a feel of talent in the room to shape someone's voice. How do I get your knowledge in my brain? How do I get your how do I say this? Your repertoire, your toolbox.
Yeah. I think the first thing, well, first of all, I don't see myself or a picture, so can you guys see me?
Yeah, I can.
Okay, you can see me.
Everyone, hopefully everyone can. Wave everybody if you can.
Can you see me?
Yes, they can. Everyone can see you.
Everyone can see me, but we can't see you guys. Okay, now I see Mott's picture, but I don't see Derek's. Is it Derek? Is it your name?
Dwayne.
I'm sorry, Dwayne. I don't see your picture, so I think you have your camera turned off.
Can everyone see me? No? Okay, I have no idea. Let's just...
No, Dwayne, for some reason your video disappeared.
But I did hear you, so I'm going to go ahead and start answering your question. Can you hear me?
As long as we can hear you, Dwayne, all is well.
Okay.
Okay. The first thing that I do when I meet a singer is have a conversation with them, which is what I did with this girl that you are talking about.
Right.
And through her conversation and through her body movement, and really what I'm doing is watching her face and the muscles in her face. There are 43 muscles in the face that are connected to emotion. And when I'm speaking to her, I'm watching the muscles in her face to see what those muscles are telling me. Because, one thing comes out of the mouth, but the face tells the truth. And so what I could see was that this was a girl who loved singing. She had a very pretty sound. I knew inherently the kind of sound that would come out of her mouth simply by her body language and what the face was telling me. She started to sing, and now you must understand, I can't do this without hearing the voice. I have to hear the voice. So she sang for me 15 to 20 seconds, and then I was able to hear what she was doing and then make a very quick assessment as to what she needed, because every singer wants to sing as full and as warm and as rich as possible. And what she was actually doing was cutting her sound off. She was breathing very shallow. I could see that, and I could hear that in the sound of the voice. So I knew that I could get her to relax simply by asking her to connect to her diaphragm, which is what I did. So I guess my answer would be it comes from years of experience. I've been doing this since 1987. And so, yeah, it just comes natural to me now.
So it sounds like the saying to get 10 years experience, 10 years. There's no way to condense down what you've learned into a paragraph or two, unless that book that you're going to release is ever going to come out. Hint, hint, wink, wink.
Yeah,
get that going. Is there something that you've seen that's a common trope that people tend to rely on, or is that in that overstatement?
Yes. And that has to do with breath. It's pretty common across the board that singers who are untrained, who've never had training, don't know how to breathe.
Right.
And they're either breathing too shallow or they're breathing too deeply. And both ways will cut the voice and the resonance in half. So the very first thing that I noticed with her was that she was breathing too shallow. So I made her put her teeth together, and she just hummed a z, za, zo, 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 until I could feel and hear that the sound connected to her diaphragm. Once it connected to her diaphragm, she felt it fall into her body. It changed her breath immediately, and then we got a warmer, fuller sound. So the basic thing, to answer your question, is the breath. Right. The breath is that one thing that most every singer has a problem with that hasn't studied. If they haven't done a lot of singing, you will find that the breath is not as traumatic a problem as it is for the person who's done a lot of singing, because they've built a muscle memory that you have to tear down. But this girl didn't have that. So yeah, it's the breath. But you know, as the chat, the hangout continues, I'm going to think about your question and come back to that, because there must be something that I can tell you and give you that will help you identify the best possible way to help every singer that comes into your room. So I'm just going to store that away in my mind, and over the next couple of hours, I'll come back to it if you will allow me to.
Thank you. I would love that. And I just have one final follow-up, which is that you tend, in the people that you work with, you bridge this technical and emotional core so very well, where it's seamless.
Yes.
Case in point, who you're working with right there. My German's not that strong, but the music is amazing. The voice is on point. But in that, can you break down how to make someone, like you're giving them a lot of technical direction.
Yeah.
How do you make sure that they don't lose their emotional core?
You know, I have an answer for that, but I think I'd like to bring Alina in on this question, because I'd like for her to talk about our process. What was it that she wanted when she first came to me, and what did I do with her? What did you, in your opinion, how do I work?
I mean, all in all, it is, I think for every singer, it's a journey to yourself, right? I mean, you're always just looking, I think we're all searching for our soul and the best way to express that. And when we first started, my voice was really, you know, I mean, it's a little bit of a longer story that I have to tell right now, because we're coming. Andy and I were like some of the the creative core of that project, Frida, right? So we write everything on our own, we're producing it on our own, and then later on to jump in there as a singer and find the right way to fill up the music with your, whatever you have in your voice is a whole other journey. And so we started at a point where my voice was really, I packed my voice into that box to make it fit that kind of music somehow, right? While creating it, while writing it. And that was the point where we started. And it's like 3 years ago now.
Yeah, 3 years.
And and finally right now we're in the middle of the production for the new record, which is actually in English.
I can't wait for that.
That journey was a long journey.
Yeah.
And right now we actually, like a few days ago, we talked about exactly that there are so many singers out there and producers, I think, who are afraid of letting like a vocal coach coming in for not making it too technical, right? And for just having space for emotions. But what David is actually doing is preparing me the right way for really letting my emotions out. It's some kind of, he does something with me, however.
I'll explain it. I'll let her talk and then I'll explain it.
That would connect me with my soul instead of making me think about my voice technically. And when I'm alone in the studio, and we are like often alone in the studio because our studio is in our house, so we will be there like all the time. Whenever I would try to conquer like one of my own songs on my own, I would feel limited at one point. I would feel like I cannot push it above a certain border. And whenever he would be in there with us, it will feel like he just prepares my voice that way that I can cross that border and I can do whatever, I can do from that point on, I can do whatever and I feel free and I feel not limited anymore. And it really helps. Really, it is not the technical help at all. It is help to really let my soul shine through it. And so I really think that it's nobody should be afraid anymore of letting vocal coaches come into it.
It sounds like you had a limit in your head, and David came in and said, no. The line is actually much further along than what you think you're capable of.
Well, I'm a very positive person. I believe in being very positive. Sometimes I lose it, but for the most part, I'm pretty positive. Now, I'm going to take it a little further. When I first heard Alina, I heard this great pop diva. I mean, really first-class pop diva. And I heard that she was way too much in her head. She was thinking,
it sounds like you had a limit in your head. So David came in and said, no. The line is
not someone else's join.
Hey,
it sounded like she was really in her head a lot, and she was in her head. So the very first thing that I do as a voice teacher and as someone who is dealing with singers all the time is connect them to their soul. That is the basis of my technique: mind, body, and soul. I get control of the way they're thinking, because if you don't change the way they think, they cannot change the way they sing. The body. Is the body healthy? Are they getting enough sleep? Are they drinking enough water? Is there a physical problem that we need to go to the doctor about? Whatever it is, we need to know, because knowledge is power. Once I have that knowledge, then I help them get over that barrier. So it's mind, it's body, and soul. So once I figure out that the mind, how to get into their heads, that they trust me, and then I figure out that there's nothing wrong with their throat, which I can just hear within 10 seconds. Then I start working on the soul, or the solar plex, which is the center of the body. And the very first exercise that I do is, I think the very first thing that I did with you was to do an exercise, I think it was a tongue exercise, where you fell into the center of your diaphragm and you felt it pull in. That's the basis. That's the basis. For instance, for a person who is not a professional voice teacher, if you can get a singer to whimper like a little puppy. And breathe in through the nose, they will feel and identify where their diaphragm is. That's the first thing. And then after you get that, you just close the mouth, because closing the teeth, and I work a lot with my students with keeping the teeth closed to line everything up, because once the teeth are closed, the sound has to, the breath, it has to line itself up. No matter if they're doing it right or if they're doing it wrong, if they keep the teeth closed, but don't without biting, the sound will line up. The breath will line up and connect to their body and to their source, which is the center, which is the diaphragm. So I start with the soul. I start with the center, the solar plexus, and then I go from the inside out. I'm really working with every student to find who they are, connecting their breath to their heart, getting their, very important, is the exchange of oxygen and carbon dioxide in the blood, because this is where you really start to get proper air inside the body, inside the lungs, so that you can get a free throat.
Okay.
So it's very involved. So I'm doing all of that technical work in a separate session. And then when I come into the recording studio, my job is not to be the lead. I am not the leader in the recording session. The producer is the leader. And Andy can tell you that I'm there to help him get their vision, whatever their vision is. The very first thing that I do is I listen to the music. I ask Andy to play the song. He plays the music, and I get my own feeling, my own visualization of what the song is about just from hearing the music. Because I'm a strong, strong advocate to listening to the music, letting the music wash over you, letting the music guide you. It's not always, it is about text, but it's also about the music. You know, there's a reason why you wrote a crescendo or sotto voce on a particular note. Or there's a reason why it's in E minor or D minor as opposed to G major. There's a reason. And if we can figure out first what the musical reason is, then we can start to visualize and see how we go about interpreting the song.
Right.
And so that's what I'm doing when I'm in the recording studio. It's much more involved, but I absolutely know that if I came into the recording studio and I said to Alina, no, put your tongue here and your teeth, I mean, it would just, that would just be way too much. And there are some voice teachers who are doing that because that's all they know. But I'm not one of them. And I'm not an advocate of that. Well, I really think I have to get out of the way and help the singer to find their vision in the most simplistic way. Sometimes we lie on the floor. Sometimes I will tell her to do unorthodox things that I'm sure Andy is looking at me going, what the hell is he talking about? But then it works. It works because I'm a singer and I know what's going on in her head. I know exactly what's going on in every singer's head. Mm-hmm. So because I do it as a profession myself and on a high level, I'm able to understand and help.
No, and what's important, I think, is that we're not going for the best version vocal-wise. It's not about that. It's really about carrying the story through. Really trying to get the, to really get the emotion into the right place. And this was really something really freeing for me. I'm coming from a classical background as well. Mm-hmm. I studied classical music, and I'm looking for perfection. And that was really something.
That's why we work together.
No, that's actually like something really nice to not go into the studio and look for perfection in a technical way, but really freeing your mind from technical issues, that will for sure cross your way, because there are always like issues coming, right? Even though you're writing your own song and it should fit you perfectly, it doesn't sometimes. So he's really there for getting the issues out of my way and really getting my mind free and my soul free and just letting me deliver emotions.
I wanted to ask on that itself, where from Andy and Alina's, your perspective of David working, how were you able to trust him in being vulnerable and opening up to him, not only musically, music-wise, like you're handing your work, your persona to someone else to tinker with. How do you do that willingly and freely? And I ask that to guide other people who want to do Dave's profession or your profession, how you should be as a person, just not the technical skill, but his personality. Can you talk about that?
Be nice.
Yeah. I mean, trust is the keyword. That's right. I mean, that's the way to get a really good result. And I think what we did was what David does is that he just said, okay, I'm coming to the studio, you're the artist, and I will serve you to get the best result you want, and not sitting down and saying, I'm the producer, or I'm the writer, no, I mean, everybody, I felt like when we are in the studio, I really feel that everybody has the respect and the space that we need to do the best work, and not like playing against each other's egos, but really serving the music and getting to a point where you feel like I want to get even better. I want to get to the top and even beyond. You know, it's really a moment of creating something that you don't create on your own. It's really it's kind of a teamwork, really. Playing in this moment, getting the heat of the moment. That's from my perspective really something that is so valuable. And
I think what's great as well is his empathy. I think that's something that really counts, because I'm somebody who's overthinking everything, and I'm my biggest critic myself. I don't need somebody else being too critical with me. Not that he's not critical with me. This is his job to train me to get my work done. But still, you know, he's it's something really uplifting. It's something which creates power inside of me, which makes me stronger, which makes me believe in myself when we are working. You know, it's like something really, because he knows that this is already going on in my head, so he really knows the angle from where he has to get me.
Right.
To make me feel good. I think a singer should feel great behind a microphone, and that there is no reason for breaking the singer before a performance to get the tears out or something like that. It's really about, you should feel like great.
You have to feel powerful.
Yeah.
I mean, the very first, there's something else that I need to say is, and maybe everybody doesn't know this, but I have a very, 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 very expansive background in psychology. So the psychology of a singer, the way a singer thinks, the way a singer works, the way a singer walks, the way they talk, body language, all of that stuff, I'm very familiar with this, and I'm doing this all the time and have studied it extensively. So when I meet a singer like Alina, who's always in her head, who comes from a perfectionist angle, well, I'm a perfectionist. So the first thing that happened was we made a connection immediately, and there was like this respect, because she wants to be the very, very best that she can be. And it was very important for me, because they're professional musicians, and they're on the road, they're on tour all the time, and I could not break her voice down to rebuild it. I had to take it from where it was and clean it out and do all of those things, work on her psychologically, work on her heart, work on her soul, explain to her who she is. Because I think as a singer and as a person who's creating this music, sometimes you forget your own power. You forget who you are as a woman and as a person. because you become this star singer and you become everybody else's property. And I remind her of her good spirit. I remind her of her good soul. I remind her that she loves people. I remind her that she cares about what she's singing about and that she really cares about her fans. And they want to feel her. And I'm working from day one to try and get the singer connected to their truth from a psychological standpoint and also from breath. I think it's really interesting, and maybe Andy can just talk a little bit about this, but Andy has witnessed Alina's journey from the beginning up to this point. And what would you say, as somebody who's looking on the outside in, what has happened? How has she transformed herself? So, how would you describe it?
So phenomenal. It's really
Nice.
phenomenal. Yeah, actually,
No, it really is. I mean, it really is. She's so strong and so powerful. You know, I went to their concert, and it was a huge stage, and she just owned it. She filled that stage, and it was because from the core, from the inside, she felt strong. She knew that she belonged on the stage. And I think that's a question that a lot of singers, I don't know that a lot of singers would admit that, but a lot of singers feel like they don't belong. They're always questioning, do I deserve this? Oh my God, I can't believe that 10,000 people are calling my name. And there's something about 10,000 people calling your name that is intimidating and makes you feel like you don't deserve it. Like, why has God been so good to me? There are other people who are better. You start questioning yourself, and I come in and say, no, don't do that. Don't do that. Every person on the planet is where they're supposed to be. The difference in where they are and where they want to be is knowledge. And I really believe this. I really, really believed it. When I was working with Destiny's Child, I mean, they were children. They started with me when they were 8. So I was able to form them, really form their character, really form everything about their performance. Alina was already an adult woman when she came to me. So I couldn't form her. I couldn't get in and make her be this person that I wanted to be. I had to accept her where she was coming from, listen to her, and this is the key point, listen to her. Listen to what she's not saying. Because what she's not saying is where the truth lies. And then I was able to go in and chip away at those little things, and and it just became, she became more and more trustful, and the more trust she had, she just started to fly. Andy was just saying the other day that he's recording her with no equalization.
Yeah.
He's recording her now with absolutely.
Yeah. I mean, where we started was like Alina always had like a really unique voice, and we could always recognize her from other singers. But that was always there. But she always felt that she was totally limited to her sound and not really being able to create and to go different directions and to be flexible about what she's writing and trying to express. And over the years, I mean, that's not a process we can do in one studio session. It was like a journey of now 3 years. What happened was that she got into a process of working on expressing what she's saying, but not only in her limited talent and her, what is God-given, but really on knowing and letting it out in the right moment when you're sitting in front of the microphone. I think that's the hardest part of it all, to not only learning it, but being able to letting it out in the right moment when you have the studio session. Yeah, that's what is probably the biggest achievement of working with David, is that she's most of the time. I mean, it's a long journey, but now it feels like being at a point of where you can create and play with your emotions.
Yeah, what I really love about working with Alina is, as I said, she's a perfectionist. So when she came to me and she told me, you know, I want it to be right, I want it to be right, I want it to be, I have to know, I have to know. She came asking any question that she asked me, I had an answer for. And if I didn't have an answer, I would get back to her. I go to bed at night thinking about my students. How can I get them, maybe I should say it this way, because they're very important to me, and I think they all feel how important they are to me. That it's just not about the money that they pay me or anything like that, but I really care. Because I don't take everybody. I say no even to stars. Some stars, you know, I said no to. So it's very important for me to find a singer who wants to do the work. And the work is getting to the honesty, getting to the truth, freeing up your breath so that you can feel again. Because as children, we all felt. As children, we just breathed and we did. And then as you grow older and you have bills to pay and your mother's getting on your nerves and you just had a fight with your sister and the record company's being a jerk, and you know all of that stuff is sitting here in your throat, and you have to have some real tools in order to do your job and stay calm so that you can sing and produce the best record.
No, and what David mentioned before, I think one really important point is I was on my journey already. We had the first album out there. I created that kind of sound that I thought in my head really would fit the music. And I think it's like kind of a miracle, really, that I was able to continue what I was actually doing, and on the other hand, really learning and improving. And so both sides were like feeded somehow, right? So right now, it really turned out, even though we had like 2 albums out there, we were on tours the whole time. Right now, we produced that English album where actually I feel I'm so proud of, because this is really the first time where I really feel like everything is connected the right way. And it, you know, David was able to help me achieving that really important step for me finally feeling as a singer, parallel to me doing my job, you know?
Yeah.
And I think that this is really something which I couldn't have imagined that this is possible. To stick to your, you know, to get your stuff done, to do a good job, but still like really working on yourself and and improving and just growing.
Well, thank you for that amazing answer.
I still haven't forgotten your question.
The second one. I'll be around. I'm going to pronounce this. Please don't kill me. Hopefully I do this right. Hallie. Ah, so close. See, this is your fault. You did this to me. For a question.
You're up next. Unmute yourself, Hallie.
I think Hallie is a singer.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for answering that question. That was extremely helpful. And I really appreciate the fact that you concentrate not only on the technical aspect of a singer, but also the emotional aspect of a singer. I feel like a lot of that is missing in some vocal coaches, whether they just have one or the other. It's hard to find both, you know? So yeah. I appreciate that. So thank you so much for, you know, reaffirming that and, you know, talking about that. One of the things that I was curious about is you explained how important it is for a singer to get to know themselves and for you to get to know them. But what is it that attracts you to a singer to want to work with them, you know, as an artist and to grow with them and develop them? Because there's so many of us out there. But what is it about them that attracts you?
That's a very good question, and I can answer that very quickly. The only thing that attracts me to a singer is their soul. The sound of their soul. When they're singing for me and they have crack in their throat and it's not working today, I can still hear through all the shit the soul. I can hear if it's dirty. I can hear if it's a clean soul. I can hear if they're empathetic. I can hear if they want to use me and take advantage of me. I can hear it. Because why? Your face is telling me. But when I'm listening to the voice, I'm listening for the soul of a singer. I close my eyes and I let it wash over me. And when I hear that, when I identify what I'm hearing as, wow, that's something special, then I become very interested. I'm not always interested in the singer who sings the best. Sometimes I'm interested in the singer who is a mess, who's just a mess. Why? And all my friends are looking at me like, what? That, I mean, really? That's you took him and you didn't take her? Yeah, because he has something to say. The other girl is performing for me. You understand? You can't hide it. You can't hide it. And I know you've heard this before. A singer cannot hide from their audience. The audience knows exactly if you mean what you say, or they mean they know. But when they come and sing for me, they want to work with me, and so they start trying to perform and impress me. And I say, look. That's why I tell people, just sing happy birthday. I take all of that drama out of it. I want to hear happy birthday. Can you sing a simple line, and do I hear enough of your soul in your singing to be interested in you? Then I'm interested in work ethic. Are you willing to do the work? Because as Alina can tell you, I am really serious about this thing that I do. And I'm not really interested in people who want tricks. You know, I have been called on the telephone and asked, can I just, I would really like to just take 2 or 3 lessons with you. I think if I could just get 2 or 3 lessons with you, I think I'll understand some things better. That person is never going to get into my presence. I don't do the quick, fast, give you a trick. I do the tricks in the studio when we're making a record. But if you really want to get to know yourself, if you really want to become the best singer that you can be, it's about doing the work. And doing the work is not only the vocal and the technical work, but the psychological work as well. So that's what I'm looking for. I'm listening to the soul of a singer. What is that singer's soul saying to me? I'm listening for the tear in the voice, the pathos, the passion. That's what I'm listening for.
Fantastic. Thank you. Thank you for sharing. I appreciate it.
Okay.
Yeah, and you have a lot. I've seen you on another hangout. I watch all the hangouts, as I'm sure some of you do, but I'm literally watching all of them. And I've heard you sing. I've heard you sing. I don't know what genre of music you think you would want to do, but I hear you as a rock singer.
Yeah, I do like neo soul and rock music.
I don't know if you're running away from that, or if you've accepted that, or if you're willing to deal with that. But if you were working with me, I would make you a hot rock singer. You have that edge. You have that edge to you that is so typical rock. But because you're black, you're not typical rock. But that's the interesting, the challenge, and the fun of it for me. But your soul is that rock girl. I could so see you standing on the stage with Steven Tyler and rocking it out.
I'd buy that.
So that's so that's what I heard when I heard you sing. And I don't think you were singing a rock song.
Geez, I couldn't even tell you how to label that song. It was, if you're talking about the hangout that I did with Matt last year, yeah, that was a song I wrote. It was called I Don't Trust You, and it does have a rock feel type of thing. I also infused some Latin styles into it as well. Yeah.
I mean, have you heard this before? Is this something new that you're hearing? Rock?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of times I get the comparison of like India Arie or Tracy Chapman just because of, I play guitar and I sing. So that's people's go-to automatically. Yeah. And because there aren't, too many females on, you know, the front runner who do play guitar, who do sing and write their own music.
Yeah.
That at least you see in the public and in the mass, other than, you know, those two women. So, you know, sometimes I get it. It's always mixed, but people appreciate it either way. So.
Now you have a really an edge and a power that is very commanding, very commanding. And I think if you know, and I say this for a particular reason, because I want to really make clear that this is my opinion, but I have seen it come to pass 100% of the time. There are many singers, and we all know them, who wish they sounded like so-and-so and so-and-so. Or they wish they could sing R&B, or that they really love soul music, but they don't have that kind of voice. The singers that make it, are the ones that can identify what they are and who they are as a singer, what genre they fit in, and then accept it. I had a student who wanted to be the next Queen. And in her first lesson, I told her, but you're not a rock singer, you're a country singer. And she wept. She started weeping in the lesson because I called her a country singer. Well, it took her several years, but finally she came around. She's singing country music, and she's on her way to Nashville tomorrow to record her first album as a country singer. And she has taken England by storm. So I'm saying that to you to say, really, you've really got to start studying the rock girls and boys and this kind of music. I don't mean screaming rock. I don't mean that. But I mean that soul, that kind of singer and that just lets it all out. You know, like a Tina Turner or a Janis Joplin, Sheryl Crow, Melissa Etheridge. These kinds of singers, study their style and the way their writing style. It fits you. It fits you. And I think once you might, I'm not telling you that you have to do that. I mean, you can do what you want to do, but that's what I really hear. Your soul is crying rock to me. And I just hope that you will investigate that, because I think that's where your luck is gonna happen.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you.
I can so see that, Alina. Honestly, I can see that. I have a question for Alina and Andy, but first, Corey, you had a parallel to whatever was said recently?
Corey.
Hey, Corey. Uh-oh, Corey, your audio is no longer working. Your audio was working earlier. Okay, type your question and I'll ask it. Just type your question and I'll ask it. My first question, while he's typing that up, if he doesn't hurry up, I'll ask this question.
10 seconds on the clock.
Countdown. Okay. Love is my well. Hold on. What?
Hold on. He got it.
Producers and singers. Yep. Well, okay. We'll wait on that one because I want to ask Alina and Andy. So Alina, "Love Is My Rebellion." Did you actually write that?
Yeah, we did. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Would you tell me about that?
Like about the development of the writing, or about the?
Yes. Why did you write it? And yes.
So, "Love Is My Rebellion" was a sentence that was just constantly running in my head, and actually that kind of the way that we are writing and producing is like from song to song. There's a big variation in it. It's not that we're doing it that way all the time. With that song, it was really that I had that line in my head, that hook, and I passed it over to Andy, and then he just appeared in the studio and he just worked on the track, and then we kept developing parts. It wasn't really like a songwriting thing, even though I really like it, and I really appreciate if a song comes to me in that way of really classical composing. I really like that. I really like to sit down on my piano and, you know, develop a song like where it should lead to and everything. But this song, specifically this song, was really built in a back and forth movement of writing and producing. I think we rewrote the verses like 3 times. We throw them away. We wrote new ones. We would throw them away again. Yeah. So yeah, this song had like really like a. It was tricky. It was tricky to get.
It probably took us almost a year to finish it because there were so many different parts we kept together. Then we put in the sampler from this 90s Eurodance track.
At the very end, actually.
At the very end, just in the last week of producing it. But we really took time to. It was kind of a puzzle, actually. I mean, it's always with single production. It's so tricky because you have so many points in mind. If you want to push it to the radio, if you want to have it as an album track, styles that change, and we really try to get the challenge of having a song as a song, but still having kind of on-point production, on-point songwriting that can lead us to where we want to go.
Yeah, so that there is no doubt about the. I always think that if there's like if you have like a strong message, and that message really meant a lot to me. Yes. Of like standing up for, because our first album was like somehow a journey to ourselves, right? It was like questioning everything. I was in the middle of growing into a woman, and so I would write everything down, which would cross my way, right? And searching for myself in that lyrics, in that songs, in those productions, and for me, the second album, and I think the second album was always a really tricky album because you did something before which would come from nowhere somehow, right? The people wouldn't expect it, and then you have like an album out there, and then you have a career which starts, and you're overthinking things afterwards, and you're thinking, okay, well, I could have done better, right? So I really wanted to create an album which would give answers, which would lead people more instead of doubting and you know, and searching on my own, but really like giving answers to the people, and that was like somehow I felt responsible for that. I felt like this is the thing that I have to, you know, that I have to give to the people somehow, right? So this message of love is my rebellion really meant a lot for standing up for love and for standing up for, crossing each other's ways again and finding connections and giving each other a smile and really having that kind of feeling that is something that I want to fight for. It's the story behind Thomas Murga, even though it feels like 10 years ago.
Wow, all that's from that one question. That's pretty awesome. Wow. My next question is, as a producer, singer, working with a vocal coach or whatever you want to call Mr. Brewer. Well, as I've started working with a vocal coach, what we call a pre-producer, it's changed the way I understand things and the way I work as a producer-songwriter. How has working with him changed or made things better for your songwriting, for your producing? How has it affected it in a good way to where when you go to do work, it's better?
I can break it down. Okay, having fun. Really having fun, enjoying what you do, loving every second of spending in the studio working, producing, writing, and
yeah, definitely. We are in a much better right now. We're really enjoying the whole process, even if it's like hard work and the fight and war sometimes. You know, it's still really we are still so happy to do what we're doing right now, and this is because we're not hitting like borders which we can't cross. You know, it's like an open walk somehow. And I think for the songwriting, especially for the songwriting, it is. I mean, the more you are aware of your voice and the more you know how to express your feelings, I think the more meaningful, or I don't know if that's the right word, you would write. You know, I will compose a song right now, not of me thinking as a limited singer, but of me thinking I can, you know, whatever emotion is there, I can later on, I can perform it. I have the knowledge now, and I have the trust that I can, you know, that I can just, because this is the tricky thing, right? When you're writing for yourself, you always know exactly if you can perform it right at the end or not, or if it's going to be a song that you will later on have to give away or something like that, because you know how you're limited, or I mean, in the best case, you're not limited anymore, and that's really what it came to this album. And sometimes we're having sessions where we're just like crossing borders, pushing it, and then later on I have like so much trust and so much strength to maybe just go into it another day, and you know, and even that's what we talked about, right?
Yeah, yeah.
There is really no, because sometimes it is that way that we're working on something really hard, and then the next day I wake up and I feel like, no, I have to give it another chance. And then I would go into the studio on my own, and then I would play it later on for him. And this is the way that we're working. There's no, okay, this has to be the moment, and then that's it. But getting the knowledge from him and getting the trust back into myself makes me able to do it on my own as well. You know, he's not only good in telling me the right way when he's there, but like letting me go as well, right? Not like keeping me on a leash and having him around, you know, that I really need him all the time.
That's really important.
He would just let me go and do and create my own thing out of what I get from him. Yeah. So.
Yeah, it's very important for me as the vocal coach to say this, as the person who's actually the teacher of the singing. It's not my job to cripple the singer. That is not my job. That's not why I'm on the planet, to cripple you. I am supposed to take your crippled body and show you how to get across the street in a very dignified way, in a very powerful way. And crippling a singer is just not what I'm into. I'm not going to do it. I'm going to help that singer become the strongest person that they can become. And to answer your question from my point of view, you didn't ask me, but what I'm going to say, they've already touched on. I've noticed that the writing has changed, that Alina has started to write songs that are more challenging. She's going higher, she's going lower, and she's not even afraid of it. She's writing songs and coming up with melodies that are going in the basement. Whereas before she would think, oh, I've got to be able to do that every night, and I don't know if I can do it every night, and you know, overthinking herself. But now her voice is so free and so connected to her body, and her spirit is so open that she's becoming more daring in her writing, which then translates to the producer really pushing her in the studio to give the best performance. And what he's coming up with the tracks is even pushing her even more. He's feeling really comfortable that, okay, now I can do this thing that I always wanted to do, because she feels really confident and good about her voice. And for me, and I didn't tell Andy this or Alina, but the biggest compliment for me was him saying that he doesn't use equalizer. I mean, that was a huge deal for me. Because that for me is important. I think that a singer should sing into a microphone, and that the core of that vowel and the core of that tone should be so perfect that you don't need to put compression on that voice. You don't need to equalize it. It should. Every singer wants to hear their voice and have it sound like them. And that's the trick. How do you get that singer to sound like themselves? Because, face it, the singer doesn't really know how they sound until they hear the recording. You can never know how you sound until you hear a recording. But once they hear that sound, they think that that's their sound. I come in and say, no, that's not your sound. Your sound is richer. Your sound is more brilliant. You have really, really high notes. Well, you're singing the wrong fa. You're singing like alto, and you should be singing soprano. And that really freaks them out when I tell them that they have high notes and they've never sung a high note in their life. And then all of a sudden they're singing high notes. I try to connect with what the singer is. What is the vision? What's the vision? What's the vision from the producer side? What's the vision from the singer side? And then I come up with a plan. I come up with a plan to help them achieve their goal. Like, for instance, what was the song that I had you lie on the floor?
Because I said it was a German. It was the only German song.
It was the only German song. But I'm just going to ask her to describe what the song is about. And then I'm going to tell you what my process was. It's a German song.
Yeah, so it's a German song, and it's about that somebody really sees. It's called Bis aufs Herz. That means like down to the bottom of my heart, or something like that.
To the bottom of my heart, or from like the bottom of my heart, from the bottom of my heart.
No, that somebody sees not only recognize you as something, but really sees, like, can look into you, something like that, right? This is what the song is about. That somebody else, that you are longing for, somebody else seeing you as you are, so to the bottom of your heart. And it's a ballad, and it's the only piano song on the album, and it really meant a lot to me to be really on point with that one. And I would sing it out because of the strength that my voice would have gotten from training with David. I would just really perform it like that, really outgoing, really loud, really strong, because I felt just so great doing it that really strong way. The only issue was that it wouldn't fit the energy and the vibe of the song, and it wouldn't really transport the meaning. Mm-hmm. So David came into the studio, and from now
I came into the studio, and she was saying, "Oh, I got this great song," and blah blah blah. So Andy played it for me, and she was singing. It was beautiful singing, but it was way too present. Now, for a voice teacher listening to this, or what I'm about to say, they're probably going to cringe. But for me, it was way too present. It was way too in your face. And this was a song for me that needed to speak 100% from the soul, only from the soul. It needed to have a fragility to it that was not there in the performance that I heard. And so I said, well, this is what I hear, and I gave her as the music started to play, I just started painting a picture. I would just talk. The girl's walking into the room, and she sees the guy, and blah, blah, and that's how it went. And then I said, okay, now I want you to do something for me. And she said, what? And I said, I want you to lie on the floor and sing this song. So here goes Andy, fixing the microphone, positioning it just perfect over her body like this so that she can really lie on the floor, because I wanted to take her back to the embryo. I wanted to take her back to that baby in her mother's womb that felt safe, that felt warm and loved. And then she's entered into this mean world, but she still is that baby. She still wants that warmth and that love. And what came out was just miraculous. It was fragile. I'm sorry you can't listen to it. I'm sorry you can't listen to it. They sent it to the mixers, I think, and so we don't have it here. But it's just, it was breathtaking because it was right on the front. It was right here. It was like she was, I wanted the feeling that she was writing a letter.
And for me, it really felt it was a big difference, because I was able now. I mean, I've heard about that method of singers laying down. I could never really understood, but it was such a great. It just opened up every muscle. It was just like a freeway from my soul out into the microphone. It really felt that way. So it was really
And it was an amazing. It was an amazing. It is an amazing track, and I think the public will really like it. But at the end, she was really, really happy because, I didn't force the issue. I just gave my opinion and showed her. And this is what I love about these two and everybody that I work with. Actually, they're willing to try it. I think as a singer, you have to be willing to try it. Unless you know it's just not, it's stupid. If it's just stupid, then you don't need to try it. But, if you're willing to try it, you might just discover something about yourself.
Yeah, and when you're not, and I think that's a big thing. If you're not really willing to try, and if you're not really able to try, you didn't, there's no need for having somebody else come in then, It's really like, and I think especially for singers, I feel like for me, we're all that way probably, that like the voice is something so personal and something you wanna protect all the time, and you wanna find your style, and you wanna go for your emotions, and you wanna find that one uniqueness that you have, and then you're thinking, how is somebody else, how it's possible that somebody else is showing me that way without distracting me from my way, right? But if you really find the right person, and if you can feel that you can open up, I think then it's the right one. I think that's big.
As I said, I don't get in the way. I just open her up. So because everything is there that she wants to do, I just have to free her. And what I call it getting out of your own way, learning to get out of your own way.
No, because that song is like a really good example for it, because when I first performed it, and in that strong version, I felt like I was just in love with the sound of my voice. It doesn't happen like all the time, but I would just like get along with that sound, with like really getting me into the way of really delivering the song, So this.
And what is a song? A song is about text. It's a fusion of text, story, and music, and it's not about us. And I think that's what I try to get the singer to really understand. Yeah. I try to get the singer to understand that if they bring themselves into the performance, they've already lost. They have to serve the music. They have to.
That whole thing about not getting in the way of the artist, I need some help with that. So, yeah, I'm going to have to work on that one. I get in the way sometimes, and I know it. So yeah, I'm gonna need help on that. But I noticed that, like, okay, first what you're describing to me, David, is things that I would do as a producer.
Yeah.
On the ground. So it's like if you were to say to me, I'm a vocal coach, a vocal therapist, and then you came in there and did that, I'd be looking at you like, hold on, bro, you know some stuff. Hold on, man, you got some content here. Outside the boundaries of what I would see as a therapist or whatever. And what I noticed working when we would bring a vocal, Brad Chapman, we'd bring him in, and what I noticed was there began to be a synergy. That's why I'm looking at all three of you, and that's what I'm hearing. What I'm hearing is there ends up a synergy, like you're speaking the same language, you feel empowered. Because like when I'm working with a singer, there were things I didn't know what to do, and like when I saw you with Felisa solve her problem, and immediately you solved her problem on that hangout, I immediately was empowered to it solved issues for me to where I could just, I'm not stressed.
That's what I'm seeing with Andy. When I solve her problems, I solve his problems.
Yes. It actually
they make better music.
Yeah. And then, immediately my sessions were affected, and that's why I was asking how did it affect the production and the songwriting, because immediately I'm working with singers, and everything changed, and the results were just better.
Yeah. I think, they said it, but to make it really clear, to focus in on that answer, I think what it changed for them is they became more daring. They took more chances with the writing because they could.
And like what I would also notice is you guys would be speaking the same language and be on the same page. And like with me, the singers started doing stuff that I would want them to do without me having. I didn't have to sit there and explain. I'm sitting there impressed by their growth, and it just makes it easier.
Because all of a sudden they're connecting to who they are. They're telling their truth. It may not be in the cleanest technical way, but they're telling their truth. And truth. I always tell my students that the microphone is a blind person. What you sing into it, it will record. If you give it no energy, it will record no energy. If you give it honesty, it will pick up every sound of that honesty. If you're fake, it will pick it up. Its job is to record what you give it. If you're not connected to the honesty of who you are, you cannot sing the song. I don't care what kind of song it is. You won't be able to sing it. You got to be clear about who you are. And what I mean by that is, what does the song mean to you? What does it mean to you? Why did you put that word on the high note and that particular vowel? If you don't have an answer for that, how are you going to sing it? You have to have an answer for the things that you do. You wrote it. It's your song. There was a motivation. What was the motivation? And sometimes I'm like pulling and giving, saying things and then looking for signs of what I feel, that's the truth. And then we can focus it and just say, yeah, actually when I really think about it, that's what I was thinking. And then we can go from there. With that song, where I made her lie on the floor, we got a really good take on that song. But then eventually, she felt so connected to the song, she was able to do it then standing up or sitting up at the microphone and not lying on the floor. And she was able to even get more emotion into it because she had connected to the truth in that song for her. So now, doing that for somebody that has not had any training, it can be done. It can be done. The very first thing, if I were to come into the studio right now and work with you and Ashley, I've heard Ashley's voice, but she doesn't know me and I don't know her. I already have an idea about her voice and where she can go and how I can free it and how I can help her be the best singer that she can be. But we've never met. So what am I going to do? The very first thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to work with her. I'm going to warm her voice up for her before the session. And in that warm-up, I'm already working on, and Alina touched on this, on what she's going to need vocally for the song that she's about to record. For instance, if the song has a high note where she has to belt out a high A or something like this, and I know that that high A is already in the passaggio, it's in the break, I'm looking at two things. I'm looking at how is the facility that she already naturally has, and then I'm looking at what vowel is on that note. And then I'm coming up with a plan very quickly, instantaneously, of how to get her to sing that A with the power and the confidence and the brilliance that it needs. So without telling her, I will warm her voice up in that 45-minute window that I have before, that I always take before the recording session starts, and I would bring the E vowel. I would bring her voice into the mask. Just bring it into the mask very slowly, very calmly, so that she starts to feel relaxed and open. And I would work on the salivary gland so that she's actually getting moisture in her throat, which then calms the heart rate down, which then calms the breath down, so that I can get her into her body. 45 minutes of doing this kind of work, she stands in front of the microphone and she delivers unbelievable singing, because I know what to do for her to get her prepared to sing that particular song. Because believe it or not, and you can ask Ashley, if you can ask Alina, a singer usually, when they're going to record a song, they know what the problem spot is. And that's what they're thinking about. They're thinking about that problem spot. And so I know what the problem spot is as well. Not just because I heard the song, but because I'm a singer. So I can then focus on that problem spot, give them some ability to relax about it, and then we go into the studio and I say, don't worry about it. If you miss it, we will get it. Believe me, we will get it. And we always get it. We always get it. I mean,
Wayne is over here typing, you're so right, and Ashley's over here grinning from ear to ear.
It's true. Every singer knows what the problem is, and that's what they're concentrated on. They're focused. They're not sleeping the night before, thinking about that problem spot. And that, you know, when you sing what you think, you will inevitably sing what you think. What you think will come out of your mouth every single time. And so that's why I said the psychology of singing is very important. It was not only important for me to help her technically to understand how her voice works and how it works best for her. It was really important for me to get her to understand the psychology of it all so that she doesn't freak out in her head and then shut her throat down. Because fear is what shuts the throat down. Fear changes the breath. If fear changes the breath, the minute the breath is changed, the throat closes. And what most singers don't really understand is every single time you take a breath, the throat opens and is ready for singing. What happens after you take that breath and the throat is open? Fear comes in. As soon as fear comes in, the larynx or the voice box changes. It goes to another position. And that's where the cracks come from. That's where the tightness comes from. It's thought. It's thought. So my job in that 45 minutes is to get that singer to feel my energy, to connect with them, to see where their insecurities are, and just to get them to trust me. And then we do the recording session. And I've done many albums where I didn't know the singer. I'm constantly, going to the studio. I'm going to the studio next week doing a song that I've never even heard, But I have to go in the studio, and I know I have to go in the studio, and this girl's got to nail it. And I've heard her voice, and I've heard this. I've heard the original version of the song, and I've heard her voice, so I know exactly what I have to do to get her to sing that song on point. And I don't know her. So it's, I love what I do. I'm passionate about what it is that I'm doing, and I think that is the key. I think that's the key. You got to be passionate. You got to have some knowledge too, but it's really about passion.
It's almost like we have church over here. Like I would hear people say, "Amen." Well, she's over here making sounds. People are typing in the box over here. So true. Wow. For show. All kinds of stuff.
Yeah, we don't see what people are typing in the box. So that's great. That's great. Do we have any other questions?
Yes. What you're talking about, you and I are supposed to do a hangouts with one male singer, one female singer.
Yeah.
Really set that up quick before you get on your tour.
Okay. Let me say this. They've got to go back. They've got to go back to work. So they have about what, 15 minutes? 15 minutes maximum. What? Yeah. 15, 20 minutes.
15 is good. We got to finish the album.
So
otherwise, all the talking is not.
They're gonna leave the album to stay.
What's the name of the album? Do you guys know that yet?
No.
Not yet? Okay.
I can just tell you that the songs are hot.
Okay. I've been looking at videos of you guys for the last 7 days. The live stuff, everything. Props to you. Love it. Now, wait. You guys who have questions for Alina and Andrew, Let's see. First, Stoneheart, do you have any? Do you have a question for them? Unmute yourself. We gotta get
What's up, guys? For Alina, Ingaborg had a question.
Yeah. Well, you kind of connected yourself to your soul now, but you know when I notice myself when I'm working with someone. At some point, when you trust each other, you get in this comfort zone, so you start to feel more free to do things. Once I get on stage, it's like a whole different story because
I know.
You know, you're looking at the crowd, and I'll be like, "Oh, hello, where did you guys come from? Could you maybe turn around and just not look at me?" And I tend to start to freeze up again, you know. So things I have been training or doing during sessions have then come out easily, and then on stage it's like I'm all choking up again, and I tend to really focus on technique again and really get distracted from, you know, being in touch with my whole emotion, and that can be really frustrating to a point where afterwards you feel so unhappy about what you've done on stage, and even when people say, "Oh, that was really awesome" or something, I'll be like, "Well, yeah, you're just being nice to me, and you know that it sucks." So that's the only thing that gets into my head. It's like poison. But how do you do that? How do you work with that? Because
yeah, I mean, for me, it's still like being in front of my audience is like a total another story to maybe being like on TV or something, where you have that single spot and you have to just, you know, you have to do your job in that single moment. I think where I am right now, especially with that new album, is really being connected to the story constantly. I think the only way to really get there, I mean, there is like this preparation of your voice before you go on stage. There are like lots of methods to, you know, to get you well connected. But I think the more that you're living those stories, the more that you're connected to the real content of what you're doing there right now, is the more you get into it, and the more everything else doesn't matter. And I think those moments, we all know those moments, right, where everything feels right. And this is the moment where we are just focusing on what the emotion is that we have to, right? If we're connected to the content of the song, then I think it's right. And sometimes it's weird. Even though I'm writing my own songs, I sometimes forget about the story because, I mean, you're not really writing a story. You're writing like different aspects from wherever, right? Putting it together. This is the way that I write songs. I'm not like specifically writing a story down. And then creating with help from David sometimes, where he knows that this particular song is not about everything that you are. It's that one part of you. It's that one emotion that you have to give to the song. When you and then he's helping me creating a story which is closer connected to that kind of feeling instead of being completely connected to the lyrics. You know, and I think this is always the right way. Try to get in touch with what you're performing, and even though it is not like just performing your own lyrics or your own story, but finding a story which really works to trigger your emotions. And I think when your emotions are involved, there is no, you know, everything is.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
I call it the movie. Running the movie in your head.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Just to David, because like two comments I want to make is like, to me what it sounds like, it's you know when you're going through the song and then connecting, helping the singer connect with certain emotion or feeling and bring it over. Once you get them to experience that, then it sounds to me what you're doing and referring to psychology now, like a classical conditioning. So is it something like that where every time you hear that song, immediately getting them to that point where that emotion comes almost automatically, that it's associated with that song?
Yeah, There are, I'll answer that question and try to answer it very quickly. There are a couple of things that every singer, I don't care what language you sing in, where you're from, how old you are, there are certain things that every singer must be able to do. Number one, visualize. They must be able to visualize. Number two, they must be able to self-regulate. That means forgive yourself for the mistake that you just made and move on. Okay. The third thing that they must be able to do is retain. That means memory. Singers don't understand how important memory is. They can't remember from 1 second to the next what they did yesterday or what they did. And my job from the very beginning is to work on visualization, to work on self-regulation. When she's going, oh, that was shit, like you said, oh, that was really just shit last night, I'm saying, did you, rather than saying, well, no, it was wonderful, it was really wonderful, and stroking her, I asked her, what about the performance did you not? You went into that performance with an idea of how you wanted it to be.
Yeah.
How much of the performance did you achieve that? And where did you not achieve it? That's the first thing.
That really helped me a lot. After my last TV performance, I was just like this. Because
it was wonderful.
I wasn't in that kind of, I don't know, I wouldn't get into the zone. I had 45 seconds, and that was it, and it was really difficult for me to handle it. And then later on, he asked me exactly that question: how much did you? Was it the way that you planned it, the way that you visualized it before? And it was, you know. And even though I wouldn't be like deeply connected, it would still be at that point of where it was the way that I wanted it to be, even though I couldn't feel it, you know.
Right.
I mean, sometimes it is, and I think we can't, you know, we can't force ourselves to always feel like, to always be fulfilled as well, you know.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean that the others aren't, you know. It's like,
now I'm going to tell, what's your name? Inga. Inga, yes?
Yeah, Inga's fine, yeah.
Inga, okay, Inga. I want you to put your fingers in your nose, right here at the very front. You feel those two little holes on the inside of your nose?
Yeah.
Now, I want you to close your eyes, and I want you to think about taking a breath in through the nose at those two spots. Don't see the nostril as being here. See the opening of the nostril being at those 2 points. And breathe in very slowly, like you're smelling a rose. Can you do that for me?
Yeah, try.
Do you feel that? It's like really smelling a rose. You'll feel a coolness.
Yeah, exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, coolness.
Yes? Okay. This is what I want you to do. Very regulated, very controlled, in and out, breathing through the nose, through this hole, very slow, letting that coolness go into the nose. And believe me, when you go on the stage, you will not be nervous.
Oh, great. Oh.
Okay?
Great. Yeah,
so that's a little trick that you can use to calm yourself down, because what that is doing is helping you get control of your heart rate.
Yeah.
What's actually happening is your heart rate is increasing.
Yeah.
And you're taking long, slow, deliberate breaths at that particular point in your nose, you're able to get that heart rate back under control. Then your throat will start to let go and start to release, and you'll start to feel a brightness and openness behind your eyes and in your forehead. Once you feel that, then you're ready to go on the stage and sing. So what you got to do is put yourself in a difficult situation where you're feeling nervous and see how long it takes you. So that you know, okay, I need 40 minutes before the performance to really calm myself down. Yeah. And then do that every single time.
Yeah, and just really...
And you will notice, I did this with Alina in the very first, when we first started working, but it takes, what, 2 seconds now to warm you up and to get her in that place, in that zone.
Yeah.
But this is where it starts.
Awesome.
Okay, awesome.
That's, pardon?
That's really awesome. That's really...
Yeah, that's something that I taught Beyonce and Kelly and the other girls when we would run. They had to learn to breathe through those 2 particular points, which keeps the heart rate steady. That's why Beyonce can dance like an idiot and not use her breath and sing.
Yeah, exactly. My goodness.
Because she's actually breathing. While she's dancing, she is breathing through those 2 points in her nose.
Yeah, I can already feel it when you're really...
Yeah, it's cool. It opens up your whole head.
Yeah,
exactly. And you feel a brightness behind the eyes, and what that brightness does is it helps you to refocus and to see the picture clearer. Then your throat relaxes. Your throat relaxes, and then you move on and stay and do your job. So try that.
I will, definitely. Thank you very much.
And
thank you.
Just, Alina, you touched on something that I always stress, and and I see that right now because I'm working on different projects right now, and you know they're very delicate projects, and it's so important. I'm very careful of who I bring in to the projects, and something that you mentioned was, you know, that it's not just on technique, you know, but on working on yourself as a person. And you mentioned that, and that is so important because that's what I'm like with everybody that I'm, you know, drawing in on this project. It's always important that, hey, you know, it's great that you have the skill and the talent, but what are you doing, you know, with yourself as a person, you know, on your own, because we all have, you know, traumas, issues, you know, things that we need to overcome in our personal lives, and you know that we carry with us baggage. And for me, it's important to see that, you know, that these people are working on that, you know, and you know they are, you know, questioning themselves and traveling towards in them to find so that you're working at a point of honesty with yourself. And you happen to mention that because that is such an important thing, and I was like, amen, like just saying that, you know, something that I'm always like in the back of my head, and that's great. And a question, you actually answered my question, sir, David. You actually, is like funny because I was written here 5 musts, you know, of, you know, if that every single must do. I actually have it written. You just mentioned, you use that line in your sentence before, and also something. Mr. Andy.
Uh-oh, somebody's trying to get in on your question.
Okay.
Corey finally has his audio back. Go ahead, Stone.
You said something that literally brought tears to my eyes, man. Like I was like sitting here. It was like where you mentioned that you actually got it to record without EQ and compression. That's like you know, that's you know, that's amazing.
That's like an orgasm for a producer.
Yeah, that is awesome, and like I can totally understand. It's like a huge compliment because I mean, like, you know, afterwards when you have like to the session, then you're dialing in, you know, the EQ, you know, looking for the resonances in the voice, you know, the compression applying to that, and like, and the nicest thing is like, you know, just having a vocal as it is, because that's, you know, preserving the pure natural sound, and that's like that's awesome. I like
yeah. It was you know, I had my own private orgasm at home.
Joy. Yes. Did you have a question for them or no?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
I had a question for David, and also as well. I'm working on my first project. I'm a singer.
Wait, Joy. Joy, 1 second. We got to get the band first because David's going to be here. So if you
okay.
Can I put my band question in?
Yeah, I mean, someone. Go ahead. Someone else. Sorry.
We'll get to because we got to get to the.
Write it down, Joy. Write it down so that you don't forget it.
Okay.
We'll make sure we get to you. Who jumped on my screen? Dwayne. Dwayne, you had a question for the band?
Yes, I did. I just wanted to know. I've been watching your evolution. As Mahat knows, I kind of obsessively research people. to ask in-depth questions, and what came across is your evolution from before being signed to Warner, Germany, and even your personal evolution. Really long hair, blonde, both of you. See that change. I just wanted to where do you see yourselves 5 years from now? What is your dream for yourself? What's your vision? Can you even share that, or is that something that can only be conveyed in the music? And can you see me now?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Hi. Okay. So if you could touch on that at all, I know sometimes it's hard as an artist, especially when you have an upcoming project, to talk about the vision, but if you can give us any hint of where that's going.
Yeah, I think that this is first of all a really great question, and I think that's a question that you should be able to answer like every day, right? I think you should have to remind yourself of the reason why you started. Because once the business comes in, once the whole other struggles come in, especially if you have a vision and you have to fight for it every day, because all the others always know better. You know, you have to go back to that point where you make the decision of that's going to be my way, and this is going to be my life. And I think that we really started our biggest motivation next to the music, definitely, and next to being artists and expressing ourselves through the music, was that that everything is possible, and I just want the things that are in my head to be out there. You know, I want like ideas and opinions become reality, and I want to show that. And you know what I mean? I love that transmission of things, and so that was the reason why we started, actually. Nice. And we started being a couple, which is pretty funny, and we broke up before the first album was released.
we signed the contract, and 1 week later we were done.
Yeah.
Getting into the studio for 6 months.
No, but the reason why I mentioned that was because we have that really deep connection and that really deep trust. Right. And whatever comes up, whatever idea comes up, whatever next goal it is, you know, we can share that, and we can share that from being totally honest to each other.
Right.
And I think that this base of honesty is really something that is really something to be really thankful about on that kind of journey that you're taking. And so the next album is like an English album, and the idea behind it is that that as being German musicians, we are always limiting ourselves by using our own language, because it's really common to sing in Germany. You know, right. Once you want to establish yourself as an artist here, you have to start singing German. That was the way that it was back in the days.
Well, you seem to have both established this foundation in music. And Andy, can you speak on the music itself, like producer to producer, what it is that drives you to find that next sound, that next the motivation to evolve it so you don't stay stagnant? Because your sound has definitely changed with the songs that I've heard.
Yeah, that's an interesting question, because I usually don't think about what is the sound I want to make. It's just about I listen to what I've done, and then I say, okay, how far can I go from now? If that's what I'm listening to, how far can I go from that point? Is it the best I've done, or is it just how crazy can I go? How honest can I be? How freaky can I be? How quiet can I be? Is that sound necessary, or can I leave it away, or can I throw it out, or what is this? What is the voice telling me? So it's always a question about it. I think the journey that you're going as a producer, and that I can speak for myself, it's kind of the same as a singer. It's about getting to the soul, because every sound that I'm producing, it's part of what I am. You know, like if I'm playing the guitar, it's part of my soul. If I'm making the beat, it's telling if I want to party, if I want to make it, if I want to be aggressive, if I want to scream. You know, it's always part of what it's your language. So the next thing I want to get is being as brave and honest as possible about what is giving me the music, especially with in that situation where Alina is mostly writing, so she's coming up with the song itself, so she's sitting on the piano. Then she hands it over to me, and then I spend some time in the studios. Sometimes it's just 2 hours, sometimes it's weeks, but it's always about the challenge that you just come up with. Okay, am I honest? Am I brave? Am I on the way that I want the people to listen to the music?
Can you guys talk about one song and what that process was?
Beat me to it.
I mean, we're in the middle of it.
Yeah,
Can I change your focus slightly a bit then to all three of you? And you've all touched on this in different ways, that editing process and the power of saying no. Alina, you were saying that earlier in your performance. David, you were saying that in people you don't want to work with. And Andy, you just said that in the music itself, that editing process of where to go. Can you touch on what constitutes you to say no, that ability to say, maybe that's not working for me, or that's not for me. Can you speak on that at all?
My answer is very short.
Right.
I say no when it doesn't feel honest.
Okay.
For me, it's short. If it feels like a lie, it is.
All right.
And it's just as simple as that for me.
And the others?
You mean in performing something, or
in the context of you using it to its greatest power. So for you, it would be for writing, I would guess, or performance, or just emoting. How do you know what works and what doesn't, or is that just something through trial and error?
Yeah, I think it is, and sometimes you have to challenge yourself, and sometimes you have to get yourself out of the comfort zone, you know? And sometimes it doesn't feel right at the very first moment, but then later on, you know, finding the right spot inside of you which can handle that, you know, then you're on it, right? I mean, it is pretty difficult, and I think as an artist to define yourself and to find, you know, what fits and what doesn't, and what makes you feel good and what doesn't. Right now we are like much more, even though I'm like more like it's weird sometimes, you know, even though I would, if it was just about me, I would probably just write like a piano album, right?
Right.
But we created Frida Gold, and this is our language that we're sharing. So so right now it's so weird that the up-tempo songs, and there are like lots of it, and there are some rapping parts actually, which I've never could think of that I could do.
It's hot.
It is the most like joy for me right now. I enjoy it like so much more than the piano ballads that would usually fit my character better, you know.
Right.
But it would be just so playful because I feel like I have nothing to lose. You know what I mean? So sometimes like the things which are the farthest away could be the things that you, at the end of the day, you could do more easily because you're just free there. And especially with the, I was thinking about that before, really quick, because I really wanted to mention that. It's the same when you get to parts of your voice that you never really used,
right?
Where your voice is still that free and naive a little bit or something like that, because David pushed me to a higher range, and it's the same feeling. I feel like out of control up there, but my voice is the best up there because it just like flows like really in a really nice and not like uncontrolled way, in a good way. You know what I mean? So I think sometimes for things that feel like, no, you don't belong up there, or you don't belong into the up-tempo song, you know, sometimes.
And if I could, with my final question, I know both of you are musically inclined. You even said that too. Piano playing, guitar playing, bass playing. I think one of you does the drums. I'm not sure.
That's Tommy.
When you do perform, you tend to stick to singing, Alina, and bass playing. Why not? Why those instruments? Why did you decide that? I just wanted to know what the thinking is behind that at all, if you could share.
So why I'm a singer?
Yes, I believe you're a piano player as well.
Yeah.
Yes.
So why I choose the piano? So why
when you're performing, why not? Or is it just not true to what the band's sound is? Why don't you?
No, I'm singing the piano from time to time.
Yes.
I am. Like during our really like our shows, where Frida Low shows, I'm playing the piano, and I will definitely play it more during this next album.
I was secretly trying to get a hint of what type of music I'm going to be next album.
Hear the music.
Definitely, if somebody wants to join that little round here again, we should definitely, when the album is done.
When the album is done, we
would love to show some. Yeah.
Please.
We'll have to plan another one when the album is done.
Yes. Yeah. One of the things that's cool is for a band to complete an album, and when it's time to release, you do something like this and have a conversation about the songs, and tell about each song and what each song means, the journey to that song, or whatever. Like that's an awesome thing to do. And if you guys would love to have you back, do that for your album.
That would be awesome. Really, and from just a big. Ein großer Dankeschön, dass ihr da seid. It's wirklich fantastic. And if you like, do you guys plan on coming to Zurich?
Zurich, yeah, that would be awesome.
Yeah, we should make that time. The last tour, we I don't know, we never showed up. I think.
They didn't make the play. But this time they will.
Okay, and we really appreciate your time and good luck. Yeah. And we'll be watching the charts.
Yeah.
Are there any more questions for them? Yes. Because they have to go.
Yes, Corey was listening to the SoundCloud. Corey, are you there? And he was asking about the mic chain used on Alina's voice. And Alina, are you still modeling?
Yeah.
No.
I'm here.
I never really did that actually. Was that a real question?
No. It was I was.
That was my aunt's question.
Hold on 1 second, Corey. I was reading and it said that you were a model turned singer.
No, it's that's what the press made up, but it's not. I never was. I was like a classic. I studied classical music. I studied flute. I wanted to play in an orchestra. This is my background, so. I'm coming from music.
I think that got started because in the press because the press deemed her Germany's fashion. She was like becoming a fashion icon in Germany because she was so defining fashion in this country with the short hair. I think she's the only star singer who had the guts to cut her hair off. And if you've seen pictures from her at the very beginning, she had beautiful long blonde hair, and she just cut it off. And she was like, I'm a woman, and women look like everything, and I feel strong like this, and I'm going to wear my hair short. And it was even blonde at one time. I mean, and it was like really hot, and there was like a big discussion about it, and she was like Madonna. She was always changing her look and pushing it fashion-wise, pushing the edge, and the press just kind of took it over and started saying that she was like this fashion model. And, well, when it's a positive thing, we don't usually correct it.
Yeah, I know a lot of dudes who can't pull off short hair, so and she's doing it. She's kicking butt at it. So Corey, what was your question now? because first Corey said something about the mic chain used on her vocal, Andy, because he was saying her voice sounded so nice. He was wondering what the mic chain was, what the actual vocal chain was, and then whatever else he wanted to ask you.
What? Great
Go
question.
ahead.
Great question, because big challenge always. But basically, we use a lot of SM7. So really just the good old SM7. What yeah, man, you got it. But take off the take it. But on this album, I changed a bit because now we went on with Alina's vocal really getting more flexible and really opening up. We went to a Manley reference, going into a Great River, and then I believe in a really flexible setup, because we are always on tour and I have to record wherever I am. So I use an Apollo, and sometimes I just plug in microphone into the Apollo and just use the Apollo as the piano.
What program are you using?
Logic. Logic 9. I'm back. Never change the running system.
and for David.
What, Corey?
And for David, is there sometimes a mismatch between choosing a vocalist and a producer, or vice versa, or like where you might like the vocalist but the producer's a little difficult, or you might like the producer for the vocalist, but what are the challenges there?
David, before you answer that, because they have to go, I want to make sure that we get questions for them. We're gonna get that one, Corey. We got to make sure we get because they've actually stayed longer than what they were supposed to stay.
Remember it, Corey. I will remember it too, but please write it down.
Okay.
Okay, does anybody have a question for Alina or Andrew before, because they have to go? Going once, going twice.
Best wishes on your journey.
Thank you.
Which is a wonderful thing.
Crossover extremely to the U.S. I love international music and the whole feel. I think we need more of it here in the United States. I don't feel like it's respect. Music is so great. So I wish you the best on your journey. Can't wait to hear your new project.
Cool. Thank you.
I have to second that. Really great stuff. Keep it up.
Yeah.
I could not understand the word you were saying, Alina, but I was enjoying it.
I didn't understand the word you were saying.
I was listening to this thing in the German language, and like we were all sitting around watching, and there's a video where you were walking down the street, and in a top that looks like that top actually, and like we're sitting there listening to you in German, and like producer Corey, DJ Wayne was here with us, and you know what? No, hold on, that's cheating because like producer Wayne said, with you looking like that, you can sing anything. Because you're walking down the street, and it was awesome. But like I actually have to close my eyes when I listen to people, and I closed my eyes, and I was really liking what I was hearing, and I didn't understand a word you were saying, And I do that. I've had that with other like Chinese music, but that was pretty cool.
Great.
Okay.
Thank you.
Well, I thank them for doing this, and we'll do it again when the album comes out.
Definitely.
Because we really want America to hear it, because it's fantastic. And I'm really, really proud of them, and really proud to be vocal producer on the album. It's been an amazing journey, and now they've got to go finish one more song.
Thank you, guys.
Hold on, I didn't ask the question, but what was on my brain was when you guys dated, what songs came out of that breakup? Like a lot of songs come out of that. I'm just saying that was on my mind. I said, man, I wonder what songs came out of that. But yeah, you don't have to answer. But we really appreciate you guys coming.
We talk about that next time. We talk. Long story.
Well, thank you very much for your time. We're really appreciative. And yeah, we would love to do this when your album is done. We'd love to come on and talk about your album. And anybody else want to say thank you and anything else?
I just want to say thank you. I've listened to some of your stuff on YouTube, and it's great.
Yeah, thanks. Thank you. Thank you for coming.
Thank you so much.
Same here.
Appreciate it. And the answers. Great answers.
Cool.
See.
Okay, so now you guys have me all to yourselves. Enjoy.
Corey. Go ahead and get him, Corey. Get him.
So I really enjoyed what a lot of the things you said. I'm sending a link to this to a lot of singers that I work with, and what I wanted to know was how you deal with the mismatch between vocalists and producers. Because sometimes you might find a singer that you like to work with, but they might be a bad match with the producer. And how do you decipher that and deal with that?
Yeah, I understand your question perfectly, and it is something that I definitely deal with a lot. Because when I take a singer on, the first thing that I try to determine is what the singer wants to do. Once the singer expresses to me that they want to become a professional singer, then I start working with them in that kind of vein. And I hope that they continue to prove and support what they've said by their actions. I'm dealing with that very thing right now because I have some singers in London that are ready. They are ready to be matched to producers. And what I know the singer so well. And what I'm doing is I'm looking and listening to the producer's work. I'm listening to and trying to study when I can find it, their evolution. Where did they start and where have they journeyed to? I try to set up some sort of meeting, or I get into my network of professionals and I ask around about a particular producer. Do you know this producer? Do you know somebody who knows this producer? And I try to find out what kind of a person they are. Are they kind? How do they work? Like when I was training Dawn Robinson from In Vogue after she left In Vogue.
I know her.
Yeah, of course you do.
No, I was in a band with her and Neo with T.V. Moses.
Okay. Well, when I was working with her, it was when she was doing the square biz. She did that square biz from Tina Marie in the she sang that Tina Marie song. She did a cover, like a snippet of it, in the Firms, and I think Foxy Brown was the rapper in that. I'm not sure, but it was a Dr. Dre project, and Dr. Dre really wanted to get into like producing singers and not just hip hop, but he really wanted to kind of expand his horizon. And they actually signed a contract together, but it didn't work, and it was because as a hip hop producer, Dr. Dre was a night person. Dr. Dre didn't come alive until like midnight. And then he would spend from midnight until 9 o'clock the next morning working in the studio. Whereas Dawn was a morning person. And after 9 o'clock p.m., she was done. She her body started to shut down, and it was just not a good fit. Dr. Dre couldn't change the way he was doing it, and she couldn't change the way she was doing it. And so they agreed to part, still friends, but they agreed to part because that wasn't a perfect fit. So it does happen, and it's a very good question. As I said, I'm working very, very hard with my singers, the people that I've trained, to find the right producer for them. I have a young girl who's 19 now. She started with me when she was 11. Ooh. So I raised this girl musically. She was 11 years old, coming with pigtails, and now she's absolutely gorgeous, and she's a singer-songwriter, and kind of a lot of her music. She's kind of like a cross between Joan Baez and I would say Joan Baez and Joni Mitchell, that storytelling kind of singer, that folk kind of singer, but it's not really folk, it's very modern. And I searched and searched and searched, and I decided upon Guy Chambers, who is the big producer out of London, England, who is just writing hit after hit after hit after hit. And I worked with Guy on a project, actually one of my German projects. I worked with him, and we got to know each other. And he was so impressed that every time the singer came to London to record, that they were better, and they just kept getting better and better and better. So he wanted to meet me, so I flew over to London and worked with him in the studio, and we just clicked. And he was somebody that I knew that absolutely could create on the level that this girl thought, because she doesn't have a typical way of coming up with the lyrics, and it's really powerful stuff that she's writing. But kind of like I wouldn't say she's exactly in the same vein as Hosier is, but it's along that line. You know, it's not your typical everyday lyric, even though it is typical and everyday. And Guy was the absolute perfect producer for her. She's 19 and he's 50. So there was quite an age difference. But still, his commitment to the creative process is what this girl needed. And she needed a musician. She needed somebody who was really competent at the keyboard, who was really competent, who could really build tracks that would just, where she could just sit in the middle of it and tell her story. And so she just finished the first 3 songs with Guy, and of course we have more songs to do. And she goes back in May on the 14th and the 15th to do some more recording. But that was one student that I actually was able to place with a producer. I have an R&B singer who is just fantastic. A white girl from London who is just off the chain. And so I'm constantly looking for producers that I know that this is a project that not one producer will be able to do. I will need many producers for this particular project, because this girl's versatility is just, it's going to require that she doesn't just have one producer. It's going to be a combination of different thoughts and different processes coming together to make her album. The girl that is a country and western singer, like I said, she leaves tomorrow to go to Nashville. I look for producers everywhere, and at the end, I was just like, okay, she has to go to Nashville. She's got to be in that environment where she's hearing that, and she can go to a nightclub every night of the week and hear good country music, and really, because she's from London, you know, that's not her native kind of thing. So I had to first put her into the environment. So she's going to Nashville, and she'll be there for like 2 months, just living and breathing and working in the scenes, working on an EP with a producer there, who is just one of the names that I came up with, and one that she actually talked to, and he really liked her music. He felt her vibe. He understood her. He got her. And so they're going to try it out. It's not the final the way, but we're going to try it and see how it works. Yeah, that's a very good question, because not every producer fits to every singer. There are some producers like my aunt who can tell the singer a truth in a way that can just kind of shatter them, because he'll just look at them and say, "What was that? You know, that was ugly. That ain't cool." And then it's a shock for them. And he's admitted himself he's working on this. But you know, you got to know who the producer is. You got to know who they are and how serious are they with their craft? Each one of us is very serious about what it is that we do. And if I know that you are a person that's a stickler for somebody being on time, I'm not going to send you a singer who is late. If I know that you're a person who really, really is into the singer coming into the session prepared, I'm not going to send you a singer who has a problem with memory. Because that's just going to be frustrating for you, and it's going to be frustrating for the singer. I wouldn't send any singer to any producer who has a problem with memory, because that is what I try to explain to my singers. I'm not preparing you just vocally, I'm preparing you for the producer. I am preparing you for your job. And your job is unlike my job as an opera singer. My job is not for the producer. My job is for the live hall. Your job, recording artist, means that you're going to have to go into a recording studio and record. So I got to make sure that you know how to use a microphone, how to handle the microphone, what the different types of microphones are, and to teach you how to sing into that microphone so that your voice actually has that kind of surround sound effect already in it, so that it makes the producer's job easier, where he doesn't have to put so much compression on it, or he doesn't have to EQ the hell out of it to get it to sound good. And, you know, I'm constantly working on memory because, look, I've been in the recording studio with Wyclef Jean, Missy Elliott, all of them. And I don't know any producer that has the patience that I have. Producers are generally not that patient because, you know, time is money. And it's like, okay, you got a hit. And if you can't come into the studio and nail it, after 3 times, the producer is kind of questioning whether this is even going to work. And once that energy enters the room, the process can be managed. And so I don't send any of my singers into a studio until I know that they are ready, until I know that they can do everything that that producer will ask of them, that they can change the emotion on a dime, that they can be asked 10,000 times to sing it over and over again. No, that's not quite it. Try it again without getting frustrated. Because that's what's going to happen. That's what's going to happen.
Well, last thought, how does one get a hold of you to send you the resume or body of work?
So through my website. Through my website, you can send an email. My secretary will get it, and she passes everything on to me, and I read every single email. I read every single email, and I always answer every single email. I really dislike people who are not accessible. I try to be accessible. I don't want to be taken advantage of, but I try to be accessible to people because this talent that I have is God's gift. And it's not up to me to be a bitch about having it. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I never know. I never know where I'm going to hear talent. I never know where I'm going to meet the next best, great, whatever. So I don't turn my nose up at anything. I listen to it, and then I turn my nose up.
Thank you for that.
I'm keeping it real. Keeping it real.
That's what it's all about.
Corey played a cappella and built music around it. Do you, is there any way, like, would you ever do that where you would send, say you wanted to work with Corey, is there any way where you guys would send him an a cappella and then he would be allowed to, or anybody would be allowed to build the music around it? Or no?
Yes, of course. You know, once I get to know Corey and his music and his vibe and what he's feeling and what his language is, I want to know what his language is. And then, you know, if I have a singer that I think fits that language, Corey's gonna get a call. and I'm going to say, Corey, I'm going to send over to you some vocals of this singer, and what do you think about this? And we're going to have a lot of conversations about what he thinks, what his vision is. Then slowly I will introduce the singer to him and see if it works, see if it gels, and then I'll send the singer over to where he is if need be, so that we can see if it fits. That's how I work. As I said, I don't take everybody. A lot of times I'm spending my own money to help my students get into the business, and I'm paying for plane tickets and hotels and for them to go and work with people to try it out because, they're successful, I'm successful. So for me, it's an investment. It's an investment.
Thank you so much.
Please.
And Joy, you had a question for him. Mute yourself.
Yes.
Hi.
She's been waiting forever.
So, how are you? Thank you. You've been so informative throughout this is my first Google Meetup, and I've really just learned a lot from just listening to you say. I'm very appreciative. Thank you. You've really
It's my pleasure.
Gained a lot of insight. One of the something that you really stuck with me that you said was when you first hear someone sing is you look into their soul.
Yeah.
I'm
listening for their soul.
Listening to their soul. Could you kind of go into further onto that as far as are you looking like when you're looking into their soul, like you're looking for something specific or you're looking to feel something? You understand what I'm saying?
No, I'm not looking to feel anything. I'm looking to see what the natural phrase, how they phrase.
Okay.
How will they sing, for instance, if you were to sing Amazing Grace? If you started to sing Amazing Grace, and you sang something like that, I would say, okay, this singer is in touch with their emotion and their feeling. They instinctively are doing things in the phrase that tells me that they are a singer. A singer shouldn't have to be told how to phrase.
Yeah.
If you're a real singer and you live for singing and singing is a part of who you are, you should just hear music differently than the person who's a hobby singer. You should just hear it differently. I'm listening to how you hear it. I think if you looked at that video, an interview I did about Beyonce, and I said the thing that caught me, the thing that impressed me the most was her phrasing. The way she phrased the song. She was singing Home from the Wiz as an 8-year-old little girl. Mouth wide open, screaming all the high notes, sounding like a little 8-year-old girl with all this passion. She was singing to beat the band, but there was something in the way that she phrased. And when I say phrase, you heard when I sang that song, I went, Amen. How I would come back off, how I back off of that.
Yeah.
Well, that's not something that a hobby singer would do. I'm listening for those kinds of things that make you special. I'm looking for the special in the singing, the special from the soul. What is the music saying to you? And, I've had people sing for me that are throwing themselves up against the wall with emotion. And I don't feel a thing. Because it's too emotional.
Right.
It's too emotional. Even when you get angry as a human being, it's controlled.
Yeah.
If you were, say one of your friends got really angry and was just screaming and ranting and raving and throwing things and stuff, and without being able to be focused on what the reason for the argument was, it would just be gibberish. And you wouldn't take them seriously. So what I try to get the singer to understand is even an argument has to be focused. Everything has got to be clear. It's got to be clear. Why are you screaming? Why are you throwing that? Why did you throw the lamp? Why? Because I felt like it. No, it wasn't because you felt like it. Something was said to you that sparked a memory, and that memory was painful. I want to know what that memory was. Now tell me the backstory to that memory.
Right. Something deeper there always.
Yeah, there's something deeper there, you know? And it takes a real trust to be able to get that student to tell you those kinds of things so that you can help them. No student really ever has to tell me what's going on with their life because I've been given this gift from God. I can just see it. And as I said, your face tells me. Your face tells me. If you feel ashamed, the muscles in your face that deal with shame, which is at the corner of your lip, will involuntarily pull down whenever you are talking about something that you are ashamed of. Involuntary. You don't even know that it's doing it, but I'm watching it, and I'm looking for those telltale signs. What is the singer's story? So that I can help them break free of these chains that bind them in this box so that they can get out and sing. Because, you know, let's face it, we're all singers. We want to be seen. We want to be heard. We have something to say. Otherwise, we wouldn't sing. And if you can't say it, if you can't articulate it, that's a problem. That's a problem. So then it becomes my mission to help you to be able to communicate that. And I will use whatever method I need to. For instance, I had a singer who had a beautiful voice, but it was my opinion that he had a much bigger voice than he was letting out. He was 6'4", massive, and he's running around here singing like he's walking on eggshells. So I told him, you have a bigger voice. You have a bigger voice. We've got to get you down in your body. We've got to get you. Okay, he started to feel his hips. He started to feel his body. He started to feel his feet on the floor, and that was great. From the bottom of his voice through the middle of his voice, he did wonderful. But as he got to the top, those eggshells showed up again. So what I did was I took him to a driving school where they train people for 18-wheelers, for Mack trucks. Yeah. And I talked to the guy who owned the school, and I said, I need to borrow one of your trucks. And I explained to him who I was and what I was doing. And he agreed because, you know, it was slow and, you know, there was a truck there. So I put the singer up in the truck, and I just sat up there with him, and I said, now I want you to just look out ahead of you. What do you see? He said, all I see is the road in front of me. I said, can you see the cars down below? Just imagine that you're driving on the highway and that there are cars surrounding the truck. Can you see them? He said, no. I said, so why are you worried about them? They need to look out for you. The cars are smaller. You're bigger. Take the space. Take the space. And then I could see his brain working. He turned the motor on, and it was like boom, 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 boom. It was like really shaking. And he was like, oh, I said, did you feel that feeling, that nervousness that you got when you started this car and you heard that engine, the power of that engine, it made you nervous? He said, yes. I said, that's what's happening in your body when you go for those high notes. So we're going to sit in this truck, and we're going to feel that vibration, and we're going to find our center in that vibration. We're going to own it. You're safe. It's just vibration. And step by step by step, he was able to let it go until I got to the moment where he was shameful. And that had to do with a personal issue that some teacher said to him in the 3rd grade.
Yep.
That made him ashamed. And he just couldn't get past that. And he hadn't realized that he had stored that in his memory. So he started to cry in the truck, and finally we were able to get that out. And I said, okay, now we have to kill the teacher. We've got to kill that teacher. We have to have a funeral, and we have to bury them, because that's not your truth anymore. That's not your truth. It was not your truth back in the 3rd grade, and it's not your truth now. This is how I'm working psychologically with him. And he was able to open up. And when he came out of that truck, he felt so powerful because he had found the center of that vibration in that truck. He took the wheel, he was powerful. The man let him drive the truck a little bit forward and back it up a little bit. So he was, he was put into a situation that was totally foreign to him, and he survived.
Right.
After that, the high notes came. I mean, it's not always that simple, but that just goes to show you at what length I will go to help the singer get what they need, because it's really important. Every singer has a fabulous free instrument inside of their bodies. We all had it when we were children. You forget it. You forget that it was free. You forget what was natural because you listen to the radio and you become influenced by singers that you like, and you start imitating them, and then you go to church and the choir director's saying, altos, I can't hear you. Then you start pushing on the voice and you start doing all these unnatural things, and then you run into problems. And all of a sudden now you want to become a recording artist, which requires you to have the utmost flexibility in your voice, because you can't scream into a microphone. And you can't have a tight throat when you're singing into the microphone, because no producer can make that sound good. It just sounds tight. And so how do you get the same emotion and the same energy and the same power out of that phrase, but singing in a normal volume?
Right.
Visualization. Seeing the movie in your head, having it go off behind your eyes, seeing the pictures that you're actually singing about, and actually going through the story as you're singing the song. Allowing yourself to be influenced by the music. Recalling emotion that the song is calling for. I always tell my singers, even if you don't know how to sing joy, maybe you are one of those people who just doesn't know what joy is. You know what happy is, but you don't know what joy is. They are two different things. If you don't know what joy is, do you know anybody that's just joyful? Because a joyful person is just nothing gets them down. They're just joyful all the time. They're joyful about life. They're joyful about paying the bills. They're just joyful. Do you know anybody like that? Yeah, I know. Okay, imitate them. It starts through imitation. So my answer would be to a singer who can't get to a voice teacher, figure out what singers are doing what it is that you want to do, and then imitate them to the best of your ability. Listen intensely, and then begin to imitate them until your throat begins to figure out what it is that that singer is doing.
Right.
And you can help yourself that way. There's so many ways to get to the perfect performance. There's certain ways. There are 100 ways to skin a cat, and it's not always. I very rarely make my students sing. That's boring. It was boring for me when I did it. So what I usually will do is, if I know that I want to work on the E vowel, I will use words that have the E vowel in them. and I just make some stupid sentence up. See the bee go up the hill. There are 3 E's in there. C, B, and hill. Now, it makes no sense why I chose that song, but they were singing on one pitch. See the bee go up the hill. And then I go up a half step. See the bee go up the hill. I'm working on the E. It's more interesting to the singer because they're actually learning. While they're learning the technique, they're singing words.
Yeah.
So by the time they go to the recording studio, they're not freaking out like the Inga said. You know, I do all of the work and then I get on stage and I've got to sing the song and the words. And I start freaking out again because she probably didn't rehearse the words and the vowels and getting them to sit right. And that's why she's freaking out. So
yeah.
it's about vowels. It's about the vowels. There are 5 of them. A, E, I, O, U. And they are international. I don't care where you come from. A is A is A. E. Now, in the German language, A is very geschlossen. It's closed. So you have in the word like ewig, ewig. So all my German singers are singing that A vowel, very E, very closed. And I say, no, 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 that's not the international vowel. We're going to sing an Italian A vowel. More open, more long. And then they say, oh. And once you hear that real vowel in your head, something turns on, and you just, it just stays.
Yeah.
So something that would help the singer is to understand that every vowel has a place in its head. I'm going to turn my head around. If you sing ah or speak is sitting the furthest back. Sitting right here in front of the ear. Now if you say a, you can feel the A move forward in your head.
A.
You feel that A move forward?
Uh-huh.
Where do you feel it move forward? Here's A. Where is A?
It's like a little bit up and forward.
Yeah.
A.
Mm-hmm. A is right here on the side of the face, on the side of the cheek. Now say A, E.
E.
Do you feel the E will go even more forward than the A?
E, yeah.
Where is E? You just
E is more like right here, right here. E.
Yeah, not in your throat, in your head. In your head.
In my head?
A is on the side. E is on the front of the cheek.
E. Okay. E.
Put your hand there. Put your hand there. Say A. E.
E.
Do you actually feel it moving forward?
Yeah.
A. You feel it moving forward?
E.
You feel it? Say O.
O.
Where do you feel O?
O.
Everybody in your face can see. Okay, you feel something with the nose, but it's not on the tip of the nose. O is sitting in the smile muscles on the side of the nose. When you sing an O, what we are seeing is the nose pulled down. Here is where you say O.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? A, E, O, U. U is on the front of the lips. So the vowels are going beep, 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 beep. They're moving. So if you know that you're singing a phrase, and the phrase is, blessed assurance, the first vowel, ble, is an A vowel. Where's that A vowel supposed to sit?
Right here.
On the side.
Right here.
Sit right here. Say blessed.
Say what?
Say blessed. Blessed.
Blessed
is an A vowel. It stays in the same place. Blessed.
Blessed.
The goes back to Shu is an U vowel, so it's going to be on the front of your lips.
Shu.
Runs is an A.
Run.
Blessed assurance. Do that.
Blessed assurance.
You just saying the phrase and you don't no stress.
I don't know what I'm saying. Yeah.
Because you know that that vowel in blessed is an A vowel and it's supposed to sit right here. So if you sing for me and you go blur, I'm like, why are you putting A and A?
Right.
You're singing blessed, you know, and people change the vowels all the time to make themselves feel comfortable. It's all about the vowel. It's all about the vowel. You've got to know where those vowels are sitting. A is here, A is on the side of the face at the cheek, E is on the front of the cheek, O is at the smile muscles right here, and U is on the front of the lips. So if you're having a problem in a particular phrase in the song, look at the words. What are the vowels? And I don't mean the vowels that are in the words. Blessed has an E in it, but it's not an E sound.
Right.
You go by the sound of the vowel. And so, oh, that's an A vowel. So you know where it's supposed to be. So if you do this, blessed, you're trying to say blessed in E.
Yeah, blessed.
Your throat's going to close.
Yeah.
It's going to close because it's not right. It's not right. Your brain sees the word blessed. It registers that that's an A vowel. It knows where it's supposed to sing automatically without your help. If you change the vowel sound, your throat position will change without you being able to do anything about it. And it will close, and you will have a tight throat.
Yeah.
So this is the one thing that I want to give all the singers in the session, this concept of where the vowels are actually sitting in your head. They actually move. They actually move back and forth. They just move. And if you know where the particular vowel is supposed to sit, then you can go through your text, speaking the text, and figure out the freedom of that phrase.
Okay.
And that's something that the producers can also do when they're sitting together with the singers. It works. It works. And every single singer, no matter if they have experience or have worked with a voice teacher or not, will be able to feel those vowels moving in their head, and they will clearly see what it is that you're talking about, and they'll be able to make the transition like almost immediately, and you'll get a different sound.
Right.
You'll get a different sound. All strange sounding vowels, like the word love, is not a vowel. All strange sounding vowels go in A.
A. La.
Love, A. It's the same place. It goes in A.
Not here. Here.
Okay? So when you're looking at the words and it's a strange sound, then you know it's an A. And if you are having a problem with the phrase, I guarantee you, if you look at those words and think about where those vowels are supposed to be, the problem will disappear.
Okay. And I actually have one more question, please.
Yes.
All right. So I wanted to sing 2 lines for you because I'm interested to hear what you see when I sing these 2. Just from what you said about the style from Holly, I just loved immediately how you said that. I just loved everything that you did about that. So I kind of already have an idea. I personally do, but I would love to, have your insight.
Okay, go ahead, please.
I'll sing Amazing Grace for you since you brought it up. Okay. Okay. grace, how sweet the sound.
Okay, stop.
Yeah.
Now, I want you to picture, this is the back of your mouth, okay? You know that little thing that hangs down like this? The uvula. There's the uvula that hangs down in the back of the mouth, okay? Now, I want you to think about the uvula that's hanging down, but I want you to think about the sides.
Yeah.
You know, there's a back wall here.
Yeah.
The uvula that's hanging down, and then there's the side.
Yeah.
Where the tonsils are. I want you to imagine that a bell is swinging and hitting those sides. So now I want you to do this exercise. I want you to go Do you feel that sound hitting the back of your throat? Imagine that it's hitting these two walls. Now go Now go There it is. Don't move your mouth. You feel that openness in the top of your mouth?
Yeah.
Do it again. Now say amaze in that same spot. Don't change it.
Amaze. Amazing grace, how sweet the sound.
Now everybody can hear the difference.
Yeah, huh? I can feel it. I can feel it.
What's the difference for you?
It's a lot fuller. It's like kind of like a wall.
Fuller.
It's like, you know, there was a wall and there was.
Yes, you feel your throat is open.
Yeah.
Okay? That is a little something that you need to think about. You need to think about that. Every singer needs to think about it, but you especially need to think about that opening at these two lines here, the sides. Again.
Amazing grace, how sweet the sound.
That saved a wretch like me.
That saved a wretch like me.
You didn't trust it.
No, I didn't.
Don't change it. Don't change it. Trust it. Keep going. That saved
a wretch like me.
I
was lost, but now I am found. Was blind, but now I see.
Yes. Yes. You understand?
Yeah.
Okay,
the
so
bell thing is awesome.
Yeah, it's that picture for you. That picture for you.
Yeah.
Keeping space open, but that the sound is actually touching, is actually starting and like the glottal. Like the glottal sound. And it's mixture with that you have this nice shape. Now do it wrong. Do it wrong.
Do it wrong.
Ignore that. Let your throat collapse like it was before. Now it's done. Now just sing it. Sing it. Sing it the old way.
Hold on, you're kind of breaking up. Sorry, can you say just again?
Sing it the old way.
The Amazing Grace?
Yes.
Okay. Amazing grace, how sweet the
Now, think about the it hitting the sides. Do it correctly.
Okay. Amazing the sound.
Yes, you see?
More.
I can fix that in 5 seconds. And I haven't even gotten in the way of your emotion.
Hold on, it's breaking up a little bit. I can't hear you.
You were able to fix that very quickly. And because you were able to find
that visual, I'm very good with.
Go ahead.
The visualization really helps. Sorry, the bandwidth is slow, I think, right now.
That's okay. I understand you. But you understood that.
I'm sorry.
And when you understand it, your body took it on immediately. You're able to do it wrong and then do it right. Please do it wrong again, the first phrase, and then immediately correct. Do it wrong and then right. Can you hear me now?
Picture popped out for a second.
Okay.
For
some reason, this internet is just really messing up.
All right, go ahead,
It's
Joy.
frozen on me.
Can you hear me? Can she hear you?
Joy, can you hear me?
Hold on.
No, but she's
I'm sorry.
typing.
I'm patient. I'll wait.
Okay, now I can hear you again. Sorry.
Okay, I said do it wrong and then do it right.
Okay. Amazing grace, how sweet the sound.
Okay, now do it correct.
I did the first line wrong and then.
Yes, now do it right.
The internet's kind of messing up.
Okay, do it correct. Correctly. No worries.
The internet. Oh, I'm sorry. I can't. It's like it's okay. So you want to sing it right? You want me to sing it right?
Now.
Okay. Amazing grace, how sweet the sound that saved a wretch like me.
Okay,
yeah.
Wonderful. Wonderful. You hear the difference?
Yeah.
So that's something that you need to go through all of your music thinking about. You need to keep your eye on the prize. And for you, it's about that space in the back of the throat. So that visualization that I gave you is going to help you find it all the time. Okay?
Thank you.
So I hope I've been helpful.
Yeah, you have. Thank you so much.
Okay, we're waiting for the next person.
Oh, I'm not sure. Okay. Hi.
Did you all hear the difference?
Yes, we did.
You can hear the difference. The first sound, her voice was like the half.
What the second one?
It was beautiful, but it was the half. And then once she understood that space, it changed. And I did not get in the way of her emotion.
No.
Which was already there. So that's what I'm doing in the studio. Helping the singer get to what they want without disturbing. So now, what do you want to say?
Me?
Yes.
Well, I kind of wanted to do what she does. What she
Okay, of course you do. You're a singer. So what are you going to sing for me?
Hallelujah. So that's what, when I heard Amazing Grace, I was thinking of that one. They're both
So you're gonna sing Amazing Grace too?
Yeah. No,
Okay. Go ahead.
Hallelujah.
Oh, you're gonna sing Hallelujah?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
I heard there was a secret chord that David played and it pleased the Lord. But you don't really care for music, do you? Well, it goes like this: the fourth, the fifth, the minor fall, and the major lift. The baffled king composing hallelujah.
Okay, stop. I'm gonna ask you to close your teeth, but don't bite. We're gonna do what Felisa did. Okay, you're gonna close your teeth, and you're not gonna bite, and you're gonna say, no, I'm sorry, I don't want you to do that. I want you to go, ah, open your mouth, ah, and you're gonna close your teeth and say, Yeah, and you're gonna do it very softly. Ah, la, 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 la. Go ahead. It's too loud. It's too loud. Softer.
Right?
Yes, do it again. There it is. Now do it again. Exactly like that. Do you hear that little pulse? Do you hear that little pulse happening here in the center of your stomach?
Yeah.
Do it again. You can see it. You can see that pulse. Yeah, you can see that point. It's the sound is falling into your body and sitting on that point in the center of your stomach. Do you see it? Now I want you to sing the first phrase of the song on ah.
Sing it.
Sing the first phrase of the song on ah. How does the song start again?
I heard there was a secret chord.
Okay. Just like that. Go. Good. Now I'm going to ask Ashley to stand behind you and to put her hands like this on the back of your ribs, like this. Okay?
All right.
Both hands, like on the back of her ribs. Okay, now do it again. Yes, both hands. Do it again. Okay, what did you feel?
I felt vibrations.
Yeah, what did you feel? Kinjay, yeah?
Kinsey.
What did you feel?
I felt when her hands were there, I could feel it myself.
You could feel your breath.
Yeah.
You could feel what the ribs were doing, right? Mm-hmm. Now, can you feel that without her hands being there? Can you see it? Put your hand like this.
Okay, on the back of my rib.
Yes. Turn inside like this. Not like this, like this. Do you see it?
Hands flat?
Exactly. No, not that way. Turn it around. Yes, like that. Like that. Okay, now do it for yourself. Ashley and Mott.
Yes.
Do you hear how her pitch has improved?
Yeah.
The pitch has improved immediately. When she first started to sing this song, it was a little pitchy. But I could hear she doesn't have a pitch problem. It was a breath problem. So now we've anchored her to her breath. She knows where it's supposed to go. And she knows what it's feeling like. Now I want you to put your hands back there again. And now you're going to sing the words. And you're going to let the words, I, da, 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 da. And it's going to go, ah, ooh. It's going to be like a wah-wah for you, like wah-wah. Go.
Wait, I say ah?
No, yeah, la, 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 but wah-wah. No, don't say la, say wah. Wah, 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 wah. Go.
Wah 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 wah.
Keep going, keep going.
Wah 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 wah.
Now that's singing. That's singing. Do you feel that? That's beautiful. Now do it with the words. And see if you can see that with the words, that connection.
I heard there was a secret chord that David played and it pleased the Lord. But you don't really care for music, do ya? Well, it goes like this: the fourth, the fifth, the minor fall, and the major lift, the baffled key, composing hallelujah.
Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Do you all hear the difference?
The one thing that always bugs me when she's singing that I work with her is when she does not pronounce her words. It's like she'll eat her words, and then it's like I don't hear the air coming out. And when you were having her do the wah wah, it was coming out, and I really, it's like without there being words, I felt a tenderness, an emotion where it was moving.
Interesting that you brought that up because that's the next thing I want to do. Okay, so now you're going to put your teeth together, and you're going to sing it again, and you're going to sing the words with your teeth closed. Somebody else is singing.
That's, yeah, Devin, I had to mute you, bruh.
Okay, okay. Now put your teeth closed. I lie the name, the secret chord.
I heard there was a secret chord that David played and it pleased the Lord. But you don't really care for music, do ya? Well, it goes like this: the fourth, the fifth, the minor fall, and the major lift, the baffled king, composing hallelujah.
Now, did you hear how perfectly clear those words are?
Mm-hmm.
And the breath is moving. Okay? So that's what you're going to do with her, Ma. You're going to make her sing her songs with her teeth closed without biting. Her vowels will fix themselves on their own. And then the breath will start to move.
Now you see how his method of talking to you and everything is very different. See, he's not doing this.
We're going to have to find some special kind of medicine for my aunt. But that's what I want you to do, okay? So remember that. Remember that for you, it's this not too loudly, so that you fire when the voice falls into your body. Then you speed it up. So the stomach is pulling in. Once you feel that, then you go through your songs on wah wah. Okay? Making sure that it's connected to that point. That's now. I'm going to ask you to do it again, and I'm going to ask you to give me more sound without pushing from your throat. All I want you to do is to think more like a diva.
Like a diva?
Think like a diva. I'm great. I'm great. And let it go out.
Okay. Sing the words, right?
Yes. Keep it honest.
I heard there was a secret chord that David played and it pleased the Lord. But you don't really care for music, do ya?
Now cry this out. Give more energy. Cry it out.
I heard there was a secret chord that David played and it pleased the Lord. But you don't really care for music, do ya? Well, it goes like this. The fifth minor fall, and the major lift. The baffled king composing hallelujah.
Hallelujah. Keep going.
I lost
Hallelujah.
Hallelujah. Hallelujah.
Okay, stop. Now, you've gone up to the head voice, but the head voice will still be connected to those points. It still has to come back to that point. Try it. See the point. That's it.
Hallelujah.
Yes.
Hallelujah. Hallelujah.
Yes. Yes, you understand? You understand?
Yeah.
Okay, very good. So who's next?
Hey, Devon. Devon entered the hangout and unmute yourself real quick, Devon. Take your cursor up to the top and click on the microphone.
That was phenomenal, David. And with a little message here, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hold on, Stone. Hold on. David, take your cursor up to the middle of the screen, and a microphone will appear. Click on it.
Yes.
Because I had to unmute you. 3, 2, 1. Okay, Stone, give it a shot, and we'll wait for David to.
What was the name of the little of the lady next to you with the lovely voice?
I'm Mackenzie.
Speak clearer and louder, please.
Excuse me?
I'm Mackenzie.
Mackenzie, wow, it was really phenomenal what David just did. Like, see that process happen before my eyes. Wow, like you have a beautiful voice, and just keep working on that, and you never know how far one might go. To David, well, I'm just blown away, and the Inga's like next to me. Wow, that's like amazing. I was like, what? What? Did you see
You
that?
can hear the difference. You can literally hear the difference.
And what Inga, what we were talking about, because she's still trying to figure out, where she fits, and with her voice, and she's been like experimenting with different genres of music. And what I found interesting was, like, I'm curious as to what do you hear in, what could you hear when you listen to her
Is
voice?
there a song that you guys are working on? Let me say this. Inga, what is your favorite song?
Oh my God.
The song that you just, you wake up hearing it, you go to bed hearing it, in the shower you hear it, walking down the street you hear it, you hum it, you sing it. What's your favorite song?
Oh my gosh. I forgot that. Sky Full of Stars.
Okay, can you sing it for me?
From Coldplay.
From Coldplay.
Yeah.
Okay, can you sing it for me?
I can give it a shot.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. Cause you're a sky.
Wait, come into the picture. Come into the picture.
You gotta move.
Okay, now you're in the picture. Okay, go ahead.
Cause you're a sky full of stars. I'm gonna give you my heart. Cause you're a sky full of stars. Because you light up the path. And I don't care.
Go ahead, sing this part.
And I don't care, go on and tear me apart. I don't care if you do. Ooh,
okay, now, can you, what's the first word?
Cause you're a sky.
Cause you're a sky.
Sky full of stars.
Cause you're a sky full of stars. Cause, the sound cause. What is, that's a strange vowel sound, right?
Yeah.
So you're going to sing that vowel at the A place. Cause. Say that. Cause you're. Put it in the O.
Your.
Which is
sky, full,
which is an yes,
full of stars.
Okay, now sing the phrase and think of that. Cause you're, no, cause you're a sky full of stars. Do that.
Cause you're a sky full of stars.
Good. Now, without using your hand, think about the words that you're saying and where they're supposed to go.
Cause you're a sky full of stars.
Keep going.
I'm gonna give you my heart. Still looking for the positions.
Yes.
Cause you're a sky full of stars. Because you light up the path. Okay.
You understand?
I don't care.
What vowel is that? What vowel is that? I don't care. What vowel is the care?
Yeah. I don't care.
Yes. Yes.
It's like more here with the A, isn't it?
You don't put it in E. You don't let it get too forward. It's in A. I don't care.
I don't care. Go on and tear me apart. I don't care if you do. Ooh.
Yes. Yes. You see the difference?
Yeah,
It's very mechanical for you, so you can't really really pay attention to what it sounds like, but you feel the difference.
Yeah, definitely, yeah.
What's the difference for you?
There was a lot less stress on the words. It's like I was so focused more on positioning it that just to get it to think about. I was kind of visualizing it where it should be.
Yes.
That I got distracted from singing it right. How should I explain that?
I understand. And what was the sound? If I can ask the other people who are listening, what was the difference that you heard from Inga?
Can I say?
Yeah.
Like her voice definitely filled much more space.
Yes.
That was the first thing that I needed to was just consuming. And for me, it felt like that it really came from a place, like a deep position.
Yes. Now, see, Inga, you're totally unaware of what he heard.
Yeah, because I was so focusing on positions on my.
Absolutely. So the point is twofold. One, I wanted to show you how you have to work on your songs. You have to sit the text in front of you, and you got to go through the words and write a vowel, e vowel, o vowel, u vowel, and you got to go slowly through those lines and just get it to where your brain can think about where they're going, and then speed it up, and then speed it up, and then speed it up till you can do the song and think about that at the same time until it becomes second nature. That's really what you need right now, is to understand the position of those vowels. Okay?
Yeah,
the emotion is the beauty of the voice is there, your throat is open, you're breathing correctly, all of that's right. But what you were not doing is singing from a deeper place, which is what Arizona heard.
Yeah.
Okay? So that is the trick that's going to help you get to that point. Okay?
Yeah.
And after a while, you'll start to realize it yourself.
Yeah, because now it's like really, what was that vowel coming up? Oh, I have to get there. It's not like yeah.
And you've got to go slowly, write those vowels down, and do that work. Learn the song, and then come into the studio, and you're going to give a different performance.
Yeah. I think for singers, that is an amazing tool, like learning where to actually place vowels and sounds.
Yes, because what do singers do? And you can answer this. When you know that you're having a trouble singing the note, you will try to change the vowel, you'll try to put it in your nose, you'll try to do whatever you can do to make that note come out.
Yeah.
Well, what you need to do is put it in the right vowel place.
Yeah, no pressure.
The note will come out. You understand? If you alter the vowel and change the vowel, then your throat doesn't know what to do.
No, it gets confused, yeah.
It's confused. So just be honest to the vowel. Just be honest to the vowel. And this doesn't get in the way of your work with Arizona. You're still able to emote, you're still able to sing the phrase, but it's something that helps you to free yourself in the studio or free yourself when singing. But you've got to really practice that and think you're quick. It'll happen faster than you think. In 2 or 3 days, you'll start to find that you're automatically seeing the vowel of the next word and thinking of where it should be.
Yeah, it makes a huge difference because I kind of stress on high notes as well, and I mean I know I can get them, but then I get stressed and I start to do this weird stuff with my face and mouth and throat.
Yes. Now there's a key, and every singer should hear this. All high notes are in ah. All high notes. I don't care what the word is, it goes to an ah. You cannot sing you cannot sing vowels on high notes. You have to sing it goes to an ah. Can you think of a song that has a high note to it where you normally would stress out?
Yeah.
Love me, how diamonds we have.
No, not really.
Think of a song in your performance where you think, oh God, the high note. There is one song where you think, oh God, that high note's coming. What song is that?
Yeah, in my songs, you mean?
It
Like
doesn't have to be your song. It could be any song that you sing.
I'm singing. Well, it actually is. It is one of my songs. It's like when I get to the bridge, it's like going up. But I sometimes think it's maybe more that I'm out of breath, that I don't breathe right. But
okay, what's the phrase? What are the words?
Hard. Do I have to sing it or say it?
Just say it. Speak it.
Time will heal all of your wounds. Time will heal all your wounds.
Now think about what you're saying. Time is an A-vowel. Time. Will is an E-vowel. Will. It goes to the front of your face.
Will.
Time will heal is an E-vowel, so it stays there. All is an A-vowel, so it goes back. Your is an O-vowel, so it goes here. And then wounds is an U-vowel. Okay? Time will heal all your wounds. I know that's not the melody, but just say that.
Yeah.
Time will heal all your wounds.
Time will heal all of your wounds.
Okay, now sing. What's the real phrase? That's what you're going to be feeling. You're going to be thinking about those places when you sing the phrase.
Your time will this is another key. Time will heal all of your wounds. But it's
now I heard time will heal all is an A. Is an A. Is a funny, strange sounding vowel, so it goes in A.
So the all is
No, of. The word of is A.
Of. Oh yeah. Of your wounds.
Yes. Really do it. Really let it go there. Go. Time
will heal all. Time will heal all of your wounds.
Yes.
Okay.
See, that was no problem.
No. No, it wasn't. No.
Okay. So for you, it's really about that vowel. And every singer listening and every producer listening has just learned something to help the singer. I mean, it's not a problem.
No.
Now you can't do a recording thinking like that, so you got to practice it. And
yes.
you can record it 2 or 3 days later, you know. But trust it. Do it again. And think about it without putting your hand there. Just think ahead. You know what words they are. You know what vowels they are. Go.
Yeah. Time will heal all of your wounds.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. That makes sense. It's really interesting what it does because I'm like here. I'm focused on this, and then I forget to. Everything else is. There's nothing happening. Nothing weird going on.
Absolutely.
It's new to me because I'm not used to that at all, actually.
You and every singer. Yeah, you have to you have to learn to put the focus where the focus needs to be.
Yeah, exactly. And maybe when I get distracted, I forget to put it there where it needs. Yeah, it's really amazing.
When you get distracted, you're doing what every singer does. They pull into the nearest port.
Yeah, yeah, I know.
But
however they need to get in there, they just get it. You know, no, that's not good enough. If you can do better, you should want to do better, and if you know how to do better, then you can do better. And so that is going to change this little thought of the vowels where it needs to be is going to just change your world for you. Now, you started with time can heal your ba. Now I want you to go up a half step. Bum, bum. Time will heal your ba. No, following the same procedure.
Without the hand.
Don't even think about the notes you have to sing. Follow the procedure. Time
will heal all of your wounds.
Bum, bum.
Time will heal all of your wounds.
Bum, bum.
Time will heal all of your wounds.
Okay.
Okay.
It's not a problem.
No.
It's not a problem for you because you can see you're really thinking about where it's going and all the stress is gone.
Yeah, I'm like not thinking about the rest of my body is like in hibernation somewhere. I don't know.
Okay, you understand?
Experience for me, yeah. I know. Yeah, I understand. Yeah.
Okay, and the other singers that are listening have heard that, and they understand because they can hear it. It's like night and day. You can really hear it. The good it does, and they can go home and work on it themselves.
Yeah, exactly. Because it is. I never learned. No one ever told me this.
Yes. Well, people can only teach you what they know.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Well, this is. I'm writing now.
Can't blame people that don't know.
No. So, how can I prepare this the best way? Like, just put the lyrics in front of me and just write over
yes.
Exactly.
Right over and then practice it that way. You're looking at the vowel, you're saying the word, you're not changing the vowel, you're just letting that word go to that place.
Yeah.
And sometimes you will have a word that has 3 vowel sounds or 2 vowel sounds in it, like let me think of a word. Oh, very easy, the word I. It has I and E.
E. Yeah, two.
You're singing I, but it cuts off in E. And you have to allow that.
Yeah.
You understand what I'm saying? So
yeah, because
it has 2 different sounds, then you just got to be aware of that. Sound out, sound each word out, and see, okay, that's just 1 vowel sound. Oh, that's 3 vowel sounds. And then sound it out, slowly speaking it, feel what vowels it's going to, and then just sing it.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah, I understand what you mean. Yeah.
Okay. Now, if you were my student, I would give you that trick in the studio, but in the voice lesson, I would actually build your memory of that, so it becomes instinctual.
Yeah.
I would actually take the line in your song, and I would sing every word on 1 pitch, thinking about the vowels, and then I would go up a half step and sing it all on that pitch, thinking about the vowels. Then I would go up another half step, thinking about the vowels, and then another half step. This increases your range, increases your breath control, builds power and stamina, and it solidifies your understanding of where that word is supposed to go.
Yeah.
Then you go back and you sing the real notes, and it's there.
Yeah.
So I'm taking care of 4 things with 1 exercise. Okay, so that's the way I want you to practice it.
Okay, great. Yeah.
Good job.
Good luck. And I want to hear the recording when you finish it.
Yeah.
And David, you asked what we hear. What I heard was her vocal became more solid, and it actually came out of her mouth, and it was actually pleasing. Like it hit me, and there was a warmth to it, and a confidence. Yeah.
Confidence.
You could feel it and hear it.
Yes. And she was thinking totally technical, but you could still hear and feel the emotion. And that's what I try to get my singers to understand. They already have emotion. It's already there. Remember when your mama told you you couldn't go to that party and you got all mad and went to your room and stumped off and closed the door? That was an emotion that got stored away. You know what disappointment feels like. You just got to get out of the way so it can come up.
Hallie, let's see what he does with you, Miss Rockstar.
Oh, jeez.
Roll.
Hallie's video's down, just so.
Yep.
Okay, now it's back.
Okay, well, there it is. Okay. So, Hallie, what are you going to sing?
I'm going to sing If I Ain't Got You by Alicia Keys. Is that okay?
No, you're not. No, I don't want to hear that song. I don't let anybody sing that song. And I really hope Alicia Keys doesn't get angry with me, but it's sung so poorly that it has gone in the ears of every child that has heard it, and they imitate it badly. So please pick another song.
Okay. How about Lost Without You, Robin Thicke?
Okay.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Tell me that you love me more, and that you think I'm sexy, baby. That you don't want nobody else. You don't want this guy. You don't want that guy. Tell me you don't want me to stop.
Okay, good. Now I want you to close your mouth, close your teeth, and I want you to go la 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 la, not loudly.
Okay. La 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 la
la. You feel that shape in the back of your mouth?
Huh?
You feel that bell shape in the back of your mouth? La 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 la.
Yeah.
Now, I want you to think about that place in the roof of your mouth where that ah is sitting. Do it again. La 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 la.
La 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 la.
It's very heavy up. You can feel it punching up in the roof of your mouth. Can you feel that?
Yeah, yeah. It's like it's really.
La 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 lo 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 le 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 lo.
La 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 li lo 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 lo.
Okay, now you can actually feel that, yeah?
Yeah.
So I.
With the fist and everything?
No, I want you to feel like the I, yes, with the fist, to remind you to let that I go up to that point and strike against that point where you feel it in the soft palate.
Okay. I.
Now, sing the phrase again like that, with every word striking that point with your teeth closed.
Do that again, or sing the song?
No, sing the song with every word striking that point, but keep your teeth closed.
Oh, okay. Tell me that you love me more.
Tell me that. No.
Tell me that. Okay.
That's right. Keep going. That's right.
Tell me that you love me more, and that you think I'm sexy, baby. You don't want nobody else. You don't want this guy. You don't want that guy. You wanna touch yourself when you
Can you feel where that's sitting? Your voice is sitting there. Do you feel it?
Yeah.
Now, open your mouth just a little bit and say the words again and let it sit there.
Okay, with the teeth still closed or open?
Open a little bit open.
Okay. Tell me that you love me more, and that you think I'm sexy, baby. That you don't want nobody else. You don't want this guy. You don't want that guy. You wanna touch yourself when you see me. Tell me that you love.
Do you feel the difference?
Yeah, it feels fuller.
It feels fuller. Now we're gonna really add meaning to it. Tell me na 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 na. I want you to do it on na na na.
No, no, no.
Loudly, but not screaming. At a normal loud. And you're gonna do it on na na na. And you're gonna feel everything against that place. You're singing all of your words there. Okay, go.
Na 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 na.
Na 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 na. Like that.
Na 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 na. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. Na na na. Na 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 na.
Double the volume, please.
Okay. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. Na na na.
Words, please. The words, even louder than that. Right up against here.
With the words now?
Yes.
Okay. Tell me that you love me more, and that you think I'm sexy, baby. That you don't want nobody else. You don't want this guy. You don't want that guy. You wanna touch yourself when you see me, and tell me that you love my body, and how I make you feel, baby. You wanna roll me. You wanna hold me. Wanna make warm and get out of the cold with me. I just love to hear you say it. It makes me feel good.
You see that? You can physically see that you're saying every word against that point.
Yeah.
In your mouth. Now I want you to sing it as if you're trying to sing it across the street. And don't be afraid of the volume. Don't be afraid of the volume that's going to come out of your mouth, because it's going to be a lot of sound. Don't be afraid of it. Just keep thinking, say it there, let it strike against that part in my soft palate. Go.
Tell me that you love me more.
Across the street.
Across. Okay. Tell me that you love me more, and that you think I'm sexy, baby. That you don't want nobody else. You don't want this guy. You don't want that guy. You wanna touch yourself when you see me, and tell me that you love my body, and how I make you feel, baby. You wanna roll me. You wanna hold me. You wanna make warm and get out of the cold with me. I just love to hear you say it. It makes me feel good, baby.
You see what you have to think?
Yeah.
You gotta think everything is against that point. That's the beginning for you. Okay? And you just keep going further and further, be more daring and more daring and more daring, and just keep it going against that point.
Something that helps with that, is that mostly like breath control, or like stomach muscles, or something like that?
What is? Why is it working?
I'm saying, is it what helps with that is just breath control, stomach muscles? Like, what exactly helped to kind of push that to help it resonate?
Well, you have to find, for you, you had to find mouth resonance, because you sing with nasal resonance. Your voice is half that volume. It's not as full as this, and that's called nasal resonance. And you don't need nasal resonance. You were born with it. You were born with it. So no teacher ever has to tell you to get your voice forward. It is naturally forward. I have to actually do the opposite. I've got to take you away from the forward placement to get you closer to where the speaking happens, which is at the soft palate. And then the sound got bigger. You understand? So you were doing something naturally and then overdoing it.
Oh wow!
Which made your sound half of what you normally should be singing.
So what is something that I can do to kind of help my voice retain that?
Okay. When you're singing, you're going to think about that spot. But now I want you to ask me that question again, and I want you to think about putting your voice and saying every word against that place in the roof of your mouth. Do that.
Repeat the question and put it at the roof?
Yes. Every word.
How do I retain that within my voice?
Do you feel that? Do you feel that open up?
Yeah.
Up in the roof of your mouth, it just kind of did this. Up in the roof of your mouth, it just did this. Do it again.
How do I retain that in my voice?
That's how. You speak on it. You don't do this. Now, after today, you don't get to speak like this. You have to speak with more authority. Not yelling, but making sure that every word that you say, you let explode up again to that region of your mouth.
Thank you for that.
You understand? So that's what you're just going to do. You're going to speak. When you're on the phone with your friends, you're just going to make sure that you are present and that all of your words are striking that place. Do you hear that? I can go like this, I can sing like this, or speak like this, and then I can speak like this. And that's what you've got to do. You've got to practice speaking that way. Do it again on na. Very strong. Don't be afraid.
Na na na.
Yes.
Na 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 na. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. Na na na.
Yes, you understand?
Yeah.
You can't fail. All you got to do is be able to see it. I've taken you completely away from the nose. It's already there from birth. You never need to go forward with your voice. You need to go here.
Basically pushed it up.
So start there, and you're going to see your breath gets better. You're already breathing better.
Yeah, I noticed that too.
Yeah, it's already there. I just have to figure out, okay, that's what she needs to do. And your sound told me what you needed. So I just told you what to do, and you understand it, and you can run with that. Can you please sing that song that I heard you sing, your song?
Yeah.
With this.
You got your questions, maybe. I've got the time. You want some answers? Well, can you pay the price? No, you said it's common sense. Well, I got your common sense. When you say but you won't, then you do and you don't. I think I've had enough. So you want to get down? Then come on. Try to prove me wrong. You say you're scared, then jump up. Yeah?
Did you feel it?
Yeah.
It was all up there. Everything is against that point. Please do that phrase again.
So you want to get down? Then come on. Try to prove me wrong. You say you're scared, then jump up. You want to hold on. Step to me. Best believe it won't be easy when I put on my poker face, 'cause I don't trust you.
Yes. And you're doing that sitting down.
Yes.
Okay? So when you really are in a performance and you've mastered being able to see that every single word is striking against your soft palate, you're going to be that much more free to perform.
Yeah, and it wasn't straining on my vocal cords at all.
Absolutely not. Okay? So that's what you need to do. That's the beginning. That's just the beginning, but that's a good beginning because what I just showed you is going to correct about 3 things. It's going to correct your breath. It's going to correct your ability to the diction, and it's going to help you with the passaggio, getting over the bridge from the middle voice to the top voice. You just went into the top of your voice with no problem.
It's true. I didn't even think about it.
And it changed on its own. So it's going to fix 3 things at the same time. So living with this thought for the next month, 6 months, 3 months, you're just going to notice your voice get more and more and more and more and more free, and your confidence is going to become bigger and stronger because that's what you need right now. You need to move away from frontal resonance and get a little bit more couple into the sound, which is this arch in the back of the soft palate.
Thank you for that. I appreciate it.
Okay. Now, you can't say thank you for that. You can't say thank you for that. I appreciate it. You have to say thank you for that. I appreciate it.
Thank you for that. I appreciate it.
Yes. You understand? It will force you to breathe. That's why you've got to do it. Because I'm building your lungs. I can't see you, but I imagine that you have a small thoracic cavity. And if you're thin, meaning you're thin. If you have a small thoracic cavity, you've got to get oxygen into the lungs to spread those ribs out. It's like building up a muscle in the studio. You've got to breathe, get it out, and then it collapses. Then you breathe again, and then until you get real strength in your body.
Yeah.
In order to sing that rock music that I see you doing.
Wow, like I can't even believe that you were able to notice this just over the computer. I did have a lot of issues with breathing because I had surgery twice because my stomach was in my diaphragm and they had to move it down, and they also corrected what was going on there because I had a lot of acid that came up and messed with my vocal cords and my lungs. So I just been rebuilding basically, and so talking in a whisper is something I had to teach myself to do in the last 2 years in order to heal. So now it's like, wow, it's crazy.
Get back to you. You understand? Get back to you. Can speak on your body and on your voice, and it's not going to damage you. It's not going to hurt you. It doesn't hurt, but you can actually feel it. It's actually making contact with the roof of your mouth. And and that's what you've got to see. Okay?
Thank you for that. I really appreciate it.
Every one of you can use, but this is your beginning. With Inga, her beginning was really understanding the placement of the vowels. With Kinsey, it was really about the ribs and correcting her breath and getting her to understand her diaphragm. Who was the first person that I worked with?
Joy? I believe it was Joy.
Joy, that was about something totally different. That was about resonance and just getting that voice to sit on her body so that she could hear that beautiful, warm sound.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, every one of you can do these exercises, but those are specifically for you, for your beginning. So you do that for a couple times, and I've promised Maat that what I will do is every 3 months, because I'm very busy, but every 3 months I will try to check in on each and every one of you. I'm not going to try, I'm going to actually do it. I will actually check in on you and then give you the next installment. Okay, it'll just take me 10 minutes, and then you do that next installment until I see you again. And you just do this exercise every single day. Think about it all the time, and it becomes a part of you. And the next time I see you in a couple months, probably around at the end of June, at the beginning of July, I will be checking in with you again.
All right, sounds good. Yeah, and I'm actually I'm gonna look into attending your master class in New Orleans because I'm not too far.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
Wonderful. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. Television interviews and everything's been set up, and so I'm only taking 8. My publicist is trying to get me to take as many people as possible, but I'm only taking 8 to 10 people in the active class.
Okay.
So if you want to take that class, you better buy the ticket.
Okay. I emailed you about it as well.
Okay. You really should call my publicist, whose name is at the bottom of the project coordinator. You can email me. You can email me, but I'm just going to send it to him.
Got it. Okay.
You understand? And I think his email is on the form as well, but it's Tony@Brewer-international.com.
Okay.
Okay? And that class is going to fill up as soon as that radio spot hits, and people are going to start wanting to be in that class, and you're going to miss out. So get your ticket.
Yeah, don't be late. Angelina, unmute for me real quick.
See if it works. Hello?
Okay.
Hello.
Yay.
Angelina, I don't know if it's okay, so I'm just going to say happy birthday. Not to you.
Yeah.
You let me know if it's okay to say to who.
Oh, that's fine. You're fine.
Okay, happy birthday to your son.
Thank you.
Oh,
wonderful. It's tomorrow, so I'm trying to do my prep work for it now.
Okay.
But I couldn't miss this. I'm kind of double booked with a lot of things right now, but it's okay.
Okay.
So, David, Angelina.
Hello.
Hello, Angie.
I wanted to ask a couple of questions. First, with what you did with Kenzie, is that right, Kenzie? Or Kenzie?
Yeah.
With the teeth. I saw Michelle Williams do that with a pencil in between her teeth on one of these contests. I can't remember what channel it was on. It was like the gospel voice, like The Voice or like American Idol. And she was saying that was a technique that they did for diction. Is that something that they got from you?
Of course.
Of course, right?
Michelle did not get it from me. She got it from Beyonce.
Ah, okay.
Who told her, okay, do this.
Yeah. Yeah. Because I was like, oh, when you did it, it was kind of sprung a memory of that. That was years ago that I saw that.
My voice was just doing stuff like that, but yeah, that was something that I made them do.
Cool. And then also
Fix My Choir, was that it?
Pardon?
No, it wasn't Fix My Choir. They were soloists. I can't remember exactly what it was called.
Sing it off?
Yeah, I think it might have been. I don't know. It was a gospel version of whatever American Idol is. But anywho, as a recording, I'm a recording artist and a producer. So as a recording artist who also produces, is there advice that you give? Because there are some people who say that it's not a good idea to produce your own vocal because it's almost as if there's no objectivity, as just like when people say you shouldn't mix your own record.
Right.
So what is your, I guess, take on that, but also what tips do you give a recording artist who is also a producer and producing their own vocals to, like, I guess, watch out for and to just just be careful of when they're to just make sure that they're getting the best take that they're getting if they're the only ones there.
Yeah, I understand. I'm a singer and I'm producing as well. And years ago, someone said to me, and I think it was one of my classes. No, it was my drama teacher, James Eisenhart, in high school. He said to me, Never lie to yourself. Always be honest with yourself. You have to learn to listen to your voice and hear it objectively, not subjectively. You got to say, okay, I want that word or I want that phrase to do this, and it's not doing that. And so you do it again. You just don't accept. It is okay. I find that that there should be no problem with you singing and producing your own vocal. What you want to listen for is there energy in the sound? Does the vowel have a proper energy?
Right.
Is the breath in this phrase locking down? You want to make sure that you don't hold words too long, that it really is very natural, a very natural pattern of speech when you're doing it. But mainly you want to look for the brilliance of the vowel or the warmth of the vowel. Whatever it is that phrase is going to require, you're going to close your eyes and be painfully honest with yourself. Did you achieve it? And if you did not achieve it, then you got to use some of these exercises that I've been talking about.
Right.
And you will find it.
That's
for
good.
brilliance, you're going to need with the teeth closed. If you find that your vowels are too dark or they're modifying, you can try this vowel thing here. The vowel movement exercise. But the thing that's actually going to help you most, if the vowels are too dark, is to bring it more forward. And to bring it more forward, you need to keep the teeth closed.
Okay.
Okay? And just sing A, E, I, O, U. 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 And eventually those vowels are going to just line themselves up. You don't have to ask yourself, am I doing it correctly? Am I doing it incorrectly? It doesn't matter. If your teeth are closed without biting, you just lay them on top of each other. If your teeth are closed, your breath and your vowels will line themselves automatically.
Awesome.
And then you sing the phrase, you re-record the phrase.
Okay.
Until you get it the way that you want it. Okay. But I see no problem with singing your own vocals. And I mean, hey, you saving a lot of money.
Right. Right.
You're saving a lot of money.
I also wanted to, I guess, get one of your vocal assessments.
Okay. What are you going to say for me?
I'm thinking about just doing an original, just a one verse of my original piece.
Okay.
Okay. You see that heart sitting in the cooler? I think it's mine. 'Cause I swear last night I died when I read those letters.
Stop. You need the same thing that I told Joy, I think, with the
back of the throat.
Yes.
Okay. That's that fear coming in. That's the fear coming in. Let me
do
my nostril exercise.
You know what? You could be confident, and I would still hear it.
You think so? Okay.
That was honest. You just started to sing, and that's what came out.
Okay.
I hear a beautiful voice. I hear that you can sing. I hear that you know how to sing. But you are not maximizing the space inside your mouth.
Okay.
And inside your body. So I want you to go.
I remember I was doing it with her.
Good. Now say. Do it again. Now let the back of your mouth go so that I hear, instead of that I hear again. Can you feel that hitting those spaces? Now go o e e.
O e e e.
Okay, now I want you to not be afraid of that.
Okay.
Not be afraid of singing and letting the words hit the back of your mouth like that.
Okay.
Okay. Now sing the phrase again.
You see that heart sitting in the cool.
Oh, 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 oh. Right on your throat. Right on that. Let it hit.
Okay. Okay. You see that heart sitting in the cooler. I think it's mine.
Yes.
'Cause I swear last night I died when I read those letters on your computer. Thought I knew you better. Baby, did you do her? Never mind, don't tell me this ain't easy, but I think that I can let it go. If you let me know, it won't happen again. And I could have told you in a letter, face to face is so much better. Boy, you've gotta feel the hurt. Ooh, oh, somebody call a surgeon. Oh, tell him I can't take it no more. Heart ripped out, put it on ice. I want to die, but if you change your mind, I'll change mine. Can't end this before we try. Can't give up before we start. It's never too late to have a change of heart.
Okay, you feel that?
Yep.
Now, that was totally different from when you started at first.
I told you it was weird.
Do it the way that you did before, and then do it this way so that you can see the difference.
I don't know if I can repeat it, because that's normally how I do sing it. Like I said, I think it was fear, because I'm very, very fearful of this type of setting.
No, we're going to make it even better than that. But you can actually see it. You can actually see it hitting and making contact with the back of your throat. Don't be afraid of it.
Got you.
Yes, do it wrong.
See the wrong way. You see that heart sitting in the cooler. I think it's mine. 'Cause I swear last night I died when I read those letters. When do you want me to do the right way?
Now do it the right way.
From the beginning?
Yes.
You see that heart sitting in the cooler. I think it's mine. 'Cause I swear last night I died when I read those letters on your computer. Thought I knew you better. Baby, did you do her? Never mind, don't tell me this ain't easy, but I think that I can let it go. If you let me know, it won't happen again. And I could have.
What do you feel the difference is?
Where do I feel the difference, or what do I feel the difference is? It's more full. I do feel the difference in space. I'm a little bit more relaxed and comfortable now because I let go of that fear.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Your body is more relaxed, but more importantly, the quality of the sound has changed.
Okay.
The quality of the sound has changed. It has all of a sudden become warm. And what I feel with you is a conversation. I hear the honesty in what it is that you're saying.
Okay.
It's not sung to me.
Right.
It's being sung to me. You understand what I'm saying?
Yes,
you mean it. Now I want you to do that, and on purpose, I want you to make it a little bit uglier.
Okay.
Don't make it so beautiful.
Okay. You see that heart sitting in the cooler? I think it's mine. 'Cause I swear last night I died when I read those letters on your computer. Thought I knew you better. Baby, did you do her? Never mind, don't tell me this ain't easy, but I think that I can let it go. If you let me know, it won't happen again.
Okay.
And I could have.
What do you feel the difference? What did that do for you?
The emotion changed a little bit.
Yes,
a little bit more gritty. Yeah.
It was very clear. It felt gritty to you, but to us there was no grit, no crack in the throat, no scratchiness in the throat. It was absolutely clear. It was very present. And this is what you want to look for in your recordings.
Okay.
You want that energy. It should get bang. It should be like immediate.
Yes.
Immediate. And when you feel that, even if you're singing soft, it should be that kind of energy.
That's what I was gonna ask. It's like depending on the production and how my voice needs to be, or the dynamics at that point is how to achieve that with the dynamics of the song. You know what I'm saying?
Sing it softly, and make sure that you allow it to go back there. Just feel like you are talking, like it's hitting
Okay.
that part in the back of your throat.
Do it now?
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Sing it soft.
The same way with the okay. You see the heart sitting in the cooler. I think it's mine. 'Cause I swear last night I died when I read those letters on your computer. Thought I knew you better. Baby, did you do her? Never mind, don't tell me. And actually, the song does go up a little bit. But yeah.
You can sing it soft. And there's energy in that.
Okay.
There's energy in that. So that's what you're looking for. That is what you need to remind yourself of. And not remind yourself of, because I think you do it, but you need to consciously do it.
Right.
Consciously do it. And you need to give yourself the permission to sing that close to being raw.
Okay.
You understand what I'm saying?
Yes, sir, I do.
Because all of a sudden, when you give yourself that permission to get close to that rawness, it felt deeper in your body, and that's that grit, that's that something extra special that the song needs.
Awesome.
And it's just giving yourself permission. Okay?
Okay.
So that's what you gotta start there. And in a couple months I will check it and hear it again, and then you have a top note. You have top notes. All of you guys have top notes.
I do.
I want to work on that to make sure that the vowel is not opening up and the vowel is covering, but that's something else that I have to do.
Yeah, I work with Brad Chapman every so often, and we normally work weekly. However, because of finances, I had to recently stop for a little while, but we do work on my top end a lot, because I am in choral music. I used to be first soprano all the way down to tenor. I have a pretty broad range. But yeah.
Brad and I are doing a lot of the same work, and he sees it the way that I do. That it's about the text and trying to connect the singer to the text and what they're saying, the reality and the truth. Mm-hmm. And so I think that both of us, you working with him and me coming in and working with you on 10 or 15 minutes every 3 months, just checking to see where you are and then giving you the next installment is not going to be in conflict with anything that he's doing, nor is he going to be in conflict with what I'm doing.
I think that would be awesome. I would really enjoy that and appreciate that. Also, before I give up my floor, because I've been trying to get
Hold on just a second.
Okay.
We're going to quit now. Almost 15 minutes is all I have left. Okay.
All right.
Because the neighbors, it's late. Oh, it's 11 o'clock.
Oh, okay.
And Germany has a noise ordinance.
Oh, nice.
And it's over at 10 o'clock.
Oh, wow.
So we're already an hour past it.
Well, the last question I had was: are you typically looking for producers for singers, or do you ever look for songwriters for your singers, or i.e. or the songwriter-producer combination teams?
Yeah, I have. First of all of my students, I train them. They all have to learn to write.
Okay.
They all have to learn to write their own songs.
Mm-hmm.
And so when I'm looking for a producer, I'm just not looking for somebody to sit down and do the tracks. Mm-hmm. I'm looking for somebody with ideas, somebody that can help the singer direct and focus those ideas. And I'm also looking for songwriters, somebody that can check the text. I mean, I'm a songwriter, a BMI songwriter, but I don't, like to depending on the student, I don't like to involve myself in every facet of what they're doing.
Right.
I mean, I just can't do that like I did with Destiny's Child. They were children. The children, I can. If I get you as a child, then you're getting everything. But if you're coming in as an adult, you know, you have other obligations and things like that where I just cannot, you can't live with me. You understand what I'm saying? So,
yeah.
No, I'm looking for singer-songwriters. I'm not singer-songwriters. I'm looking for songwriters. I'm looking for producers who write. Yeah.
Looking for all of it.
I'm looking for the next great hot producer.
All right. Well, I wrote that piece, and I'm trying to get Corey and I are doing some stuff together, and I'm doing some, you know, just this year I'm trying to get at least 25 songs out, whether they're for me personally or for other people.
Okay.
So.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. And well, I like that song, and it sounds really good in your voice.
Thank you.
I think my student Georgia probably could sing it. That could be something that you have you demoed it?
No, actually, I'm working on that. That's what Brad and I were working toward. And then I actually had some complications with my allergies recently. Right when I was about to start tracking, and I started tracking it, and then the next day I woke up and my throat was like, no.
Yes.
So hopefully I just started my allergy medicine regimen. So hopefully at this point I'm hoping to start tracking it this coming week because things are starting to regulate.
As soon as you get it demoed and tracked and everything and actually sing it, I'd like to hear the finished product. And anything that you guys have, I'd like to hear it. I'm working on the idea now. It's not public, but I'm going to be building my next girl group. So I'm going to be eventually looking for producers. So this is very interesting for me to meet all of you guys and to get to know you and hear your work and what you can bring to the table. I'm very honest because we have no time to pussyfoot around. It has to be good. It has to fit the singer. It has to be right. The two of you guys have got to work well together. All of those things have got to work for it to work. But I'm always looking for talent, and really especially for producers. So I'm very interested in hearing the songs when you get them recorded. In fact, all of them.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you, and it was great meeting you. I've seen you many, many times on the hangout.
Yeah, I went ghost for a minute, but I'm here. I watch. Sometimes I don't get on them live as much as I used to because of moving around and stuff, and the kids and other obligations.
Yeah, I'm not always able to get on, but I'm watching them.
Awesome.
I'm watching them all. I'm watching them all. Even the ones where I know nothing about, I'm watching them because it's interesting for me. I spend a lot of my time in a recording studio, and so it's just interesting information for me.
Right.
I wanted to make a comment. Awesome seeing everybody's voices kind of evolve just within a couple of minutes, which is awesome. And your lyrics are awesome, I told you, Angelina. I wanted to say you made a really good point that stuck out to me. Is when you're saying that in the studio, once it becomes uncomfortable for the singer, it can ruin the whole experience, that whole recording process. I just want to say that was really relatable, and I know a lot of people can relate to that. Because I was in a situation, when I was in the studio, I was like 17. I'm young in the studio. The dude behind the screen is like, oh, this isn't working. And being young, your confidence kind of breaks down, but, I built tough skin.
How long did you carry that?
I kind of carried it into, how I work now. I'm selective with who I choose to have around me. Like, I let people walk around me and work, but it's like that energy is kind of like, it's never like a second or third time with the person who gives you bad energy.
You're a very smart girl because, believe it or not, emotion will change your throat. Without you, if you're upset or you're stressed out, your throat will change. And why does your throat change? Because your breathing changes. you're angry, so the breaths become shorter and more gaspy, and that is going to tighten up your throat. Because that breath is an anger breath, which is attached to the muscles in your face for anger. So when you feel yourself getting angry or feel yourself getting frustrated in a recording session, you have to remember to check your breath. Not only to calm down and let it go, but to really breathe. Breathe. Regulate your breath. Because otherwise your throat will close up on you, and that's what ruins it for you. And then you start to sing and it's not working. Nothing is working anymore. Nothing is working anymore. It's better to take 5 or 10 minutes, leave the room, go to the toilet, walk around, and do some little just start at a high note and go through your range all the way down just to keep it very oily, and then go back into the studio. So you're absolutely right. And a lot of singers don't really understand that the producer stressed them out, they're really pissed off, and then they continue to try to sing because they don't want to look like a punk in front of the producer.
Yeah.
But you're only hurting yourself. You're only hurting yourself. You're not hurting the producer. So it's better to say to the producer, you know, I just need I need a minute, and then just go check yourself, get back on point, and then come back into the studio. And if it ain't going to work that day, just be honest and say, you know, I'm not feeling well. I need to go home. Can we, can we reschedule this or whatever? Or maybe I'll go get something to eat. There are singers who, when they don't eat, they get very irritable. So, blood sugar plays a major part in focus. Your throat will shut down on you if you haven't eaten. You must eat before singing. 1 hour before singing, you have to eat. You cannot eat and sing at the same time. Your stomach cannot do two things at the same time. It cannot digest your food and expand itself for breath.
Don Patterson is typing. That's funny that David is saying this because the singer just walked out of the booth right now because he's hungry.
Yeah. Yeah. They have to eat. They have to eat. And that singer should not be allowed to sing for 1 hour after eating, because otherwise the singer's going to develop acid reflux. When that acid is coming up and burning the vocal cords.
Is there anything that you do with artists to where you make them able to endure more, to where they don't, to where they stay focused no matter what's surrounding them? Like in the military, our pilots, when they're getting ready to crash into something, they're still in the mode. They don't waver, and they accept death. Is there anything where you train with singers to where nothing around them affects them?
Yeah, the way they get the oxygen into the body, which then goes into the blood, which then cleans the blood and pushes the carbon dioxide, the gas, out of the blood, is where the focus needs to be, and that's through those 2 points. There you go.
And so by them focusing on that does what now?
It calms them down, and it feeds the blood with oxygen and gets rid of the carbon dioxide, which then opens the space behind their forehead, their third eye, and then they can feel the focus. They can feel themselves refocusing.
Okay.
It takes some time. But
I'm over here stressing her out. I want her to be able to endure more, because what it is like I put people through hell on purpose. I want to be able to do what, say, you, Brad, Khalik, what I see you guys doing, but then there's also, I don't want to baby them. I want to put them through hell so that when they get with somebody else, they can actually perform longer, better, without getting stressed out.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I remember I saw one hangout where you were actually working with Brad. You had had a concert and you were hoarse, and he was helping you with the performance. I saw that. And when you demonstrated for him, you did something that is causing you the problem. You raised your chin. which means that you are singing, that you're putting all of your stress here in the trapezius muscles. And so what I need for you to do is I need for you to put your finger on your mouth and lower your head. That is the position. No, that's too low. That position right there. And you just need to keep your teeth closed and go, my name is Ashley. My name is Ashley. And that's going to free, that's going to send oxygen to those muscles in your jaw, which is going to allow you to keep your head down, and you will find that you will not have these problems of getting hoarse in performance. It's, your head is, your chin is going up. Your chin is going up. And you're going, you know, and it needs to be, it needs to be here. You just need to let it go. You have a natural facility. You have a natural talent. But keep your body posture, your head, just keep it level. And just put your finger there. It will automatically correct itself by putting your finger in front of your mouth. It will remind you. This straight line will remind you to keep your head from doing this. Okay? I just wanted to say that to you because I have to stop. I have to stop.
Thank you, bruh. Yeah, go ahead and get out of trouble. You what's
okay
there right now?
It was wonderful, and I look forward to the next time. I don't know when that will be, but Mott will tell you all.
It's 2:30 p.m. here, so that's 11:30 p.m. there.
Yeah, it's almost midnight. So
wow,
I'm leaving.
I don't know how to say goodbye in German, but you know.
Auf Wiedersehen. Auf Wiedersehen.
Auf Wiedersehen.
Auf Wiedersehen.
Auf Wiedersehen. Danke vielmals.
Well, I'm going to say goodbye. All right.
So I wish everyone a wonderful day and a wonderful weekend. And for all the singers, the 5 singers that I heard, I'll be looking at Ashley if you want this as well. I will get in touch with Mott in June and set up the time where you guys can call me on Skype.
That would be really good. Thank you.
For a private consultation, and then I'll take you to the next, give you the next exercise. Okay?
Great. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Appreciate it, bro. All right.
Thank you very much. Bye.
Bye.
How do I get out of here? Okay, I see.
It's all in the learning. Anybody want to say anything before I go off air?
I want to quickly say something. I really want to thank everyone because especially Arizona. I mean, he's not sitting next to me here on this chair because I brought him back to the station. But you know, it's really cool that he invited me into this group because already, like right now, just being here present at this hangout, I'm learning so many new things, and it's definitely part of my journey, and I really want to further develop anything, you know, in my voice, or if it's about the writing or about producing, because it's definitely gonna help, yeah, us grow in the process. Not only me, but also me working together with Arizona, making new things. And I actually recorded 2 songs in the Netherlands a little while ago, and I wasn't really satisfied about those songs at all, about the way they were produced. And I think, you know, performance-wise and just singing-wise and everything in there. And now just this session actually for me is I'm now certain that I definitely want to redo those songs. It's like a confirmation that I made a good decision there, not to put them out there, but definitely continue working on them, because I just see what I can get out of, you know, this learning process, and that you can just take it to a new level, and that's where I want to go. And it's really cool to just talk to all of you guys, because you all have different experiences and everyone's taking it into this session, and I really like that. I really appreciate that, and everyone's so open about everything. It's really cool.
You sound amazing. Just want to say that.
Oh, thank you.
Whenever you release your music, just let us know.
Okay, well, I will. Thanks.
As I don't remember. Are you my friend on? Have you put me in one of your circles on the Google Plus yet or no?
Yeah. We kind of we now connected already on Google Plus. Yeah.
Okay. You're welcome to join these. You're more than welcome. I do all sorts of hangouts. One that I'm going to start doing is we're going to have singers and songwriters. We're going to start up a hangout and simply start creating a song.
That would be really cool.
And there's no, like, I'm not concerned about like rights to the song or anything like that. Anything we do, number one, is going to be recorded for evidence. But number two, it's not about writing a song for the industry to take. What it's actually about is experience.
Exactly.
Like this can be our studio, and we work it out and help each other. You know, you create a lyric, she sings it her way, you sing it her way, and we just exchange ideas and actually come up with a song on the spot. Like, hey, let's make a song about headphones real quick, and then
exactly. And you just create ideas and inspire each other with ideas. I love that thought. That's really cool.
I've already got some people that are always going to be with me, ready to go, so that if nobody else shows up, I'm good to go. I'm going to figure out a way to choke my sister Angelina and make her do it.
Do what? What is it? I had to walk away for a call. What is it?
Got punches. What?
What is it? I had to walk away for a phone call. What happened? Tell me about a songwriter session?
Yeah.
Oh, I'll do it. I'm down. I'm down.
So, but does anybody else have any comments before we head out? Going once, going twice. Angelina, your lyrics, your songwriting is simply good.
Thank you.
Yeah, loved it.
Thank you, guys.
And even if you get on here and if you're singing your own lyrics, if you're hoarse or whatever, your lyrics will speak for themselves.
Thank you so much.
Like,
powerful.
Thank you. If you come on here, you can barely speak, and you have me sing your lyrics.
Thank you. Well, thankfully, my voice hasn't been as uncooperative lately as it used to be. So that's thanks to Brad for helping me work out my voice and get all of my control back. And I've been also doing a lot of workouts, a lot of cardio.
I'm liking the understanding and the different experiences between Brad and Brewer.
Yeah.
It's a wealth of knowledge between.
It's a nice combination between the two.
Exactly.
A nice balance.
A combination between the two.
Nice balance.
All right.
Can you hang on here after you log off?
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
Michael, you there? Joseph.
Yes, I'm here. Sorry about that. Yeah, I'm just overtaken by the overwhelming abundance of information that Dave has imparted, and you know, it's like to see it work in real time is just priceless, man. Just awesome.
I just wanted to say hello to you, bro. Glad you joined us. I was reading you typing over there on the side.
Yeah, I noticed that. Thanks a lot for sure, man.
And Don, you there?
Yeah, thanks, man. I'm a little late, but I'm in between sessions right now, so.
Bro, I couldn't bring you in. We were full, and I was answering all kind of questions offline, doing all kinds of stuff, and trying to attend to the session. But I'm glad you finally made it in.
Yeah, thanks, man. It's cool. I'm actually in the session, so.
Where's your singer?
He's on food break, man.
Oh, he's still going on the food break. All right.
Those glucose levels hit the floor, you know.
Oh man.
And David, what you drinking?
Good old Java. What else?
Thanks for coming, bro. You got anything that you want to say before we head out?
I got to get my brains off the ceiling, man. My mind is blown, dude.
Okay. And let's see. You've already spoken. I guess that's it. All right, fam. I'm going to stop the broadcast.
Thanks, Mac. Good looking out, man.
You got it. We're out.